because he could not die from them. The second act is the pillow of shame, which makes black spots appear all by causing them to bleed heavily. Continues here, where Shinzui says that this is the man of the story named Shape Man, his partner, which caused him to collapse and become very ill. The third act is the Severing Abyss, where a huge amount of water engulfs both Shinzui and his opponent. This water remains on the battlefield until either he or his opponent run out of spiritual energy and drowns. Of course, Shinzui says this is the part where the two characters both hurl themselves into the rushing waters. Act because it sits upon a blood streaked throat is where Shinzui shoots the sword up right over his opponent's throat before plunging enough to a deep cut right above their head. Yeah. This completes his story when he says the regretful man's partner ignores his pleas and without mercy cuts their throat. Genryusai Yamamoto was the former captain of the 1st Division and the captain of the 13th Corps Guard squads. His subtitle is Shinjaka, which is translated to mean throwing boiling with flame. Shinjaka is always the most powerful fire type Zanpakuto. Its strength is so overwhelming that it has greater attacking power than all of the other Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. In its simple form, it's usually considered within a wooden staff that Yamamoto has used as a spear. Now, if it were to peel the wood, it reveals the true form of his Zanpakuto, which is that of a standard katana. Its sheath is all things in the universe turn to ashes. Shikai form, the blade is completely engulfed in fire. Weapons aura simply incinerates everything that is sweet and leaves nothing behind the edge. The heat that comes from the flames of Shinjaka in its Shikai form are hot enough to scorch the sky itself. Now, Shinjaka has some pretty amazing abilities when it's in Shikai form, which include...
Dude, what the fuck?
...is a rotation against target of sphere, which traps the enemy within. Torch is a technique where Yamamoto can create a giant inferno with a simple wave of his Zanpakuto. The flames from this shoot its target until it leads. These flames are also controlled by Yamamoto himself, so the target that he so chooses. Not only that, it can also control how intense these flames are too. Flames of hell equal as insane as the numbers, when 7 pillars of flame are created. These pillars are to trap his opponent within their inferno and destroy them quickly. The power of this ability is so intense that anyone trapped within its boundary, including Yamamoto himself, will be incinerated. Yamamoto's Bankai is called Zanka no Tachi. When Yamamoto activates his Bankai, the blade takes the old attack that looks to have been scorched by fire. That had previously been produced by Shinjaka, absorbed into the blade and will burn it cuts existence completely. Yamamoto's Bankai is split into 4 abilities, being Zanka no Tachi East, West, South, Zanka no Tachi East Rising Sun, which is automatically activated upon the Bankai's release, and its ability focuses all of the intense flames to the very tip of the sphere. These flames do not burn the enemy, but instead incinerate them into complete nothingness. Zanka no Tachi West Sun Pristine Garb again is activated automatically upon the release of his Bankai. Yamamoto's body is completely engulfed, which reaches temperatures of 50 million degrees. As you would expect, it is impossible to touch him or even get close to him while his Bankai is activated. This ability is insane as the heat from this is high, but it doesn't take on the appearance of flames.
Bro, what the fuck?
Unless Yamamoto himself wishes for them to see it. Zanka no Tachi sends great burial of the 2 trillion fire dead corpse upon him and summons the corpses of the ones who were killed by his flames to fight for him. Yamamoto impales the ground with his sword so the heat of it on their ashes appear like burning skeletons from the very cracks in the ground that he had just made while attacking enemies until they return to dust. Yamamoto can also call specific corpses if he so wishes. First, there is Zanka no Tachi, unleashes, which is a very powerful slash of heat and flames that just incinerates everything that it touches completely into existence. Now, due to the extreme heat that radiates from both the blade and Yamamoto himself, there is a time limit at which he can use his bunkai. He can only hold Itachi for a short amount of time, otherwise prolonged use of his bunkai will destroy his opponent, him, or even Yamamoto himself. Cyclone is the captain of the 2nd Division as well as the commander-in-chief of the Stealth Force. He is the commander of the Stealth Force Cyclone as a master in the art of assassination. She is skilled at remaining hidden and striking down a target completely undetected in an instant. She has a very advanced technique at her disposal called Shunko, or Instant Warp Drive, where she can transfer hand-to-hand combat and Aikido.
Hey, Doc. We heard you managed to locate one of AIM's main research facilities.
We have, Captain Rogers. We'd really appreciate it if the Avengers could help us take it down.
With pleasure, Doctor.
Now, technique itself takes off.
Security will be tight. AIM might even have elite assassination teams on site. I sent my best people to back you up, but be ready for anything.
When she used this empire against Shuri, she was instantly taking fully shortly after, which is in Shunko. So we concentrate on it's mastered in a vortex of
Best way into the facilities through the main.
It's been a while since I. Oh no.
Let's kick down.
I saw they started flipping from them.
Avengers are on their way.
I mean, oh well.
It's like that. She enters using Adachi's Shikai with spikes and sting all death. Now, the subtraction size takes on the form of a backing gauntlet on her hand. It has a small hand and a blade that looks like a stinging the middle finger. It comes around 2 of Swiffer's fingers in life. Has both of the smaller units behind it to block the incoming attacks from opponents. So her Shikai special ability is to strike finisher. Now has 2 steps to it. Stab her hand with the needle with a butterfly-shaped arm while she struck her opponent. This mod is called Big Crest. It's now the target area for the 2nd step or attack of this ability. So if you check your a second target that is something death and it's as the death in 2 steps. So a much larger crest flower appears in its place which will destroy the target's body. This ability is actually that of a venom that spreads through the target's body in mere minutes. However, the much pressure the target has, the longer the venom will take to spread. So these crests are maintained by Soybone's will. Impossible to remove them by Soybone, so wills it. Soybone said that she can only maintain these crests for half an hour. There's always more than enough time to land that 2nd strike. Soybone's bunkai is called Jakuho Raikoben, translated as Hornet Fever Junior. Now it takes the giant gold is basically equals her weapon, way above her shoulder. The missile is
Marking their position on your HUD. You're doing something right if AIM feels the need to take you on directly.
Your glass half full attitude's almost endearing.
I'll take a positive attitude any day of the week.
It's reached time. She has the ability to launch the missile with her team. She raises her right arm and uses the face guard to fire her shot. Once the target is locked on, the missile tracks said target with precision. The missile brings an incredible explosion. There are downsides to her bunkai, the fact that she has stated that she can fire 1 missile every 3 days. Anything more than that is extremely taxing on the body. So she uses her bunkai so quickly. Brings a bit of course, taxing it is to use. It's prefers not to use it as it damages her pride as the commander of the Stealth Force. Yoichi is the former captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Stealth Force. As the former commander of the Stealth Force, Yoichi is a master of assassination and deception and wonder. She is of course most famous for her flash step and uses the times to look magical and stealth. She can move at great distances in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for her opponent to keep up. She has mastered the flash step to the point where it appears as if she is in multiple places at once, wiping out entire squads in a matter of seconds. Now, Now, the insane thing she's flashed out is that to this day, the full extent of her ability is still unknown. Just as she also has that shotcode technique, or in her case, it's called flash tree. But instead of the Yoruichi's is lightning. Now, it works pretty much the same as Soife's, where she has to wear a uniform that has no sleeves and
Battle is
no
not for the careful, Doctor.
activated technique surrounds Yoruichi. Her arms and legs are enhanced, and she can shut down her opponent's movements. She can also hold the pressurized key as fast as her target creates large explosions. Yoruichi's version of the technique was mastered over a century ago, and it's that she has mastered its forms. The first is Flash on the battlefield, where the knife from her back takes on the form of Yoruichi's trees behind her. Yoruichi will unleash a huge column of electrical energy at her target. The second is Flash Ride, Thunder-based battle, which called Black Cat or Princess. Spawn already activated, Yoruichi transforms a huge electrical column into a beast, and when the electric is dispersed, Yoruichi has an electric cat. When her divine falls with electric covering her forearm. Electric also has a head, electric cat ears, as well as gaining an electric cat tail. In a nutshell, she turns into an electric cat in both mind and body. Her mood drops more than usual, and she becomes pretty unstable, which is bad news for her. And of course, sticking with the feline theme, an ability that is unique to Yoruichi is her feline transformation. She can shapeshift into a small black cat that has the ability to talk. The time limit to this transformation, she has a cat form. Though she is a small black cat, she can still move at incredible speed, and this form is a complete disguise, even if the voice is evidence it sounds like that of a deep male. She was a bold captain and as such has a soft tone. Her style of combat was exclusively a combination of tactical combat and her flash step, so she rarely ever used her soft tone. Do you know that she achieved Bankai and Shikai, but they had not been revealed to us? Terabashi referred to as was previously a captain 1 years in exile. His emotive is Kinshara, which is translated to mean golden shower. In its sealed, it takes the appearance of a He has an ability called Arpeggio, where he levitates his Zanpakuto sheet in his stab and frozen it horizontally. He then begins to move his fingers over the Zanpakuto as if he were playing the piano, which is also accompanied by the sound of set notes being played. Rose says his hand almost a golden colour as a one appears that moves around his target. Then constrict the wire, crushing the target trapped within. Now, to release his Zanpakuto into his Shikai form, his command is simply play. His Zanpakuto then takes on the form of a long gold whip with a flower at its tip that will impale its target. This is similar to that of Roach's Shikai, where it can extend out and contract, making it an obvious ranged weapon. While in use, the whip makes the light sound of a piano playing. It has an ability called Golden Sal Trees.
Stay alert, Avengers. AIM still has a lot of security in the area.
When the tip of the whip will attach itself to his opponent. Rose taps the whip, and instead of a piano playing, it is now the sound of guitar strings. The sound vibrations travel through the whip and creates a vortex of sound that will create a blast when it reaches the cloud that is attached to his target at the end. His Bankai is Kinshara, which is translated to mean Golden Shada Dance True. When his Bankai is activated, a giant pair of gold floating ones appear. One is holding a conducting baton, and several looking beings appear that are known as the Dancers of Death. Rose's Bankai is like that of players. Using he can create physical illusions with Rose himself stating that the music gives him power over his target's heart, as long as their heart is deceived. The way that his Bankai works is by manipulating his opponent's sense of self to connect to the physical is being endured. The attacks that Rose can perform like that of a play where the Dancers of Death follow drip, where the Dancers of Death surround his opponent, smooth creating a whirlpool of water. This makes the target feel as if they're drowning. The second act is Prometheus, which allows the dancers to generate fire with their hands. The effect of this illusion makes his target feel as if they were, of course, burning alive. Which, probably pronounced wrong, is called Ein Heldenberg. Yes, it was a joke for a hero's life. This unfortunately was never seen because he was taken out before he got a chance to use it. Now, of course, Rose is Bison, such has the ability of purification, where when his mask is activated, it greatly increases his Shinigami power. His mask resembles that of a medieval doctor's plague mask. Gin Ichimaru was the former captain of the 3rd Division until he betrayed the Soul Society along with those toes. Gin has a genius-level intellect and was billed as a child genius, destined for very great things. He even got a CT position pretty much straight out of graduation from the Shinigami Academy. Now, Gin uses his intellect to deceive and manipulate his opponent. He remains extremely calm whilst he toys with his confused enemy. He plays with them to the point where their mind is completely weakened and their resolve diminished.
Do you think these AIM operatives think they're on the right side of history?
Never underestimate the power of a big paycheck, Doctor.
Translated. In its simple, that of an ordinary Wakazashi. His Shikai is activated using the command shoot to kill, and its special is that it extends at a very high speed, improving his with ferocious force. As well as that, he would swing his support to around while it's to destroy items to targets or monsters. His Shikai can be taken up to 100 times its original the title swords. Now, Geek's Bankai is called Shikai, translated to God-killing spear. In its Bankai form, Sub-2 doesn't really change it. The ability is also the same as his Shikai, which the blade blows in white collar and extends a very high speed to blocks. His Bankai activates at full speed, so his blade blows that his sword can extend to 8 miles and 500 times its speed, meaning his sword will be able to extend 171,500 meters in 0.8 seconds. However, this was led to him to become alive just to gain advantage in battle using his defensive style of combat. Of his Bankai is that one leg is expanding. For a split second, the blade itself turns to dust. It's barely poison within the blade that can dissolve and break down cells. Gin will leave a tiny part of his to inside the blade of his opponent when he retracts his movement to kill his target every time. Which is, to do this, this is how to keep the target onto the techniques named Torase Kabichi no Yari, causing the person to break down from the inside. Next up is Shusuke Amagai, who is from an arc. Amagai was a former captain of the 3rd Division, succeeding that of Gin Ichimaru. His motto is Rika, which means lightning punch, which in itself resembles that of a launcher. His Shikai's was sever. His motto changes to a blade with a hook in the end and shot like knives at its hilt. The pipes emit powerful force that produce this control. Now, the special ability will revolve around those pipes that are fire. Amagai can heat up the blade, which causes it to become much more intense. In doing so, Amagai can shoot fireballs from the top of his toe, pushing them forward with the swing of his sword. He can also slam his Zanbakuto into the ground with a fireball concentrated in the tip that then fleeing straight towards his target. His Bankai was called Omega Goen Cardboard, which when translated means white flash of shell. When activated, his Zanbakuto took the appearance of a large and more detailed version of its Shikai. It becomes a large crimson red sword with jagged edges and hook at the end. It also had a large white shell covering the hilt, and the sword became as tall as the itself. So when the Bankai is activated, he can use a host of abilities that involve instead. Using it as a flamethrower, he can shoot enhanced fireballs. Amagai can generate fire from the ground when he pierces with his Zanbakuto, create waves of fire, and so on. Now, he also has the ability Goen Ryuga, where Amagai will twist and spin the sword with his blade. The blade is completely engulfed in fire and flames will shoot out. He will then slam the Zanbakuto into the ground along with the lightning strike as the ground itself becomes a shape. Spirits will also shoot from the ground at various angles, trapping his in. Now, Amagai also had his Makoto, which was shaped like a tuning fork and had its own abilities. He could fire green energy blasts from it, he could also turn his Makoto against the hilt of his Zanpakuto, which would create a large green blade of energy, and by stabbing this green blade into the ground, further energy will engulf Armor Guy, which allowed him to communicate with others within a certain area. Now, his Makoto has a true form. Makoto will feed on the nuclei of the Makoto. It's hidden within its hilt. The nuclei extends and extends upon Armor-Guy's right arm, turning into the gauntlet that was once called his hand. A sash appears on his left shoulder that contains 5 Makoto nuclei within, and it's attached to hold this sash. With right arm is a dragon-like tail from its back. Its special ability is that the energy blade is like a dragon knife that will sound a pulse that will completely negate a sword. The way that it works is that the resonating sound will cut the connection between the Reaper and the spiritual energy. Their Zanpakuto is this. But the guy's connection to his Zanpakuto is completely unaffected. The former captain of the 4th Division. She was one of the oldest captains amongst the Soul Society and was their best healer. She was also the first person to hold the name Kenpachi. So, in order to get practice in healing techniques as well as being able to prolong her her constant research, her medical and healing knowledge, she is the greatest in the Soul Society. She is a master of medical intellect when it comes to healing and has a very vast knowledge of autonomy. She can keep going as she is created both humans and no car. So her Zanpakuto was pretty good as her Bankai was the same thing, though their translations were different. So her Zanpakuto, when translated, means flesh drops. In its simple forms, it was an Endachi and slightly longer than ordinary time. The next command for her Shikai is unknown, but in its wings, Mizuki takes on the form of a green giant ornate creature that looks like a mountain. This creature is used for transportation, where it can either fly or legs for transportation. Shikai's special ability is healing those that are placed within the creature's mouth. The person placed inside will then be swallowed and stored within the creature's stomach, but the acids will cover the wounded individual. The creature's acids aren't that of a strong physical. She himself can to 6 people in the stomach at one time. As the healing process is completed, gets an enhanced command, the creature will regurgitate the people out of its mouth. Now, like I mentioned earlier, her Bankai is the same name as her Zanpakuto, Mizuki, but translations were different. Bankai, when translated, means all things. When her Bankai is released, the blade of her Zanpakuto turns into a dark that flows all around her, which many have theorized is blood, but there is no confirmation of that. The liquid of her Bankai is that of a very strong acid, strong enough to melt an opponent to the bone. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot about her Bankai. She was killed before the career sequence was taken off, but we do know that it was very nasty. Shinji Hiroko is the captain of the 5th Division. He was also a captain 100 years ago prior to his exile. Shinji was also the leader and recruiter of the Bisons. His Zanpakuto is called Sakanade, which means counterstroke, translated. It looks like that of a normal katana. Now, his Shikai release command is collapse. His Zanpakuto becomes a very large ring that allows Shinji to rotate Sakanade around his hand without grabbing the Zanpakuto at all. The spinning is the Shikai's ability. The ability is called Upside Down Whirl. As the Zanpakuto is spun, a pink mist is created. This mist has a very pleasant aroma to it, but if smelled, the target will fall into an optical illusion. This illusion affects his opponent's eyesight in a sense of direction. Even the injuries they have sustained aren't in the location they think they are. Everything is thrown off and cause all sorts of effects, including no matter how strong the opponent, they all fall victim to Sakanade's illusions, unable to adapt to them. Now, we do know that Shinji had achieved Bankai, however it hadn't been revealed to us. What we do know is he of course has Holification. The Holification enhances his strength, speed and endurance, as well as that he is also capable of using a Sero Blast. Shinji's means is that of the force. So Associate Aizen is the former captain of the 5th Division before he betrayed the Soul Society along with his followers.
Nice work, Avengers.
Okay, so
The exit is below your current position.
Truth has it all. He's a master of pop and keto with a spiritual power that is completely unmeasurable. He is incredibly strong and has a masterful level of spiritual power control. Such strength and that he masters with intellect too. He's a genius. His intellect unmatched when it comes to strategy, technique, history, and more. He has conducted countless experiments for over 100 years that involve things such as holification.
I'm making preparations to pull my people back. Feels like we've done what we set out to do.
Cunning and has betrayed
Thank you,
so many
Avengers.
that have fallen into the trap of trusting him.
Likewise,
Some have always kept an eye on him, but he has always.
We made a difference here today.
So, in terms of his Zanpakuto and its abilities, his Zanpakuto is called Kyoka Suiketsu, which is
My
translated to
monitoring
mean
team detected a
mirror
huge
power,
data burst.
water
It appears to be a
In
weaponized
its sealed
myth.
state, it of course looks like that of a normal katana. His Shikai released command is Shatter, which will activate or deactivate it. The special ability of Kyoka Suiketsu is hypnosis. Control all 5 senses of his target that they misconceive a person's form, feel, and smell to be that of their enemies. To fall under his hypnosis, the target must initially see Kyoka Suiketsu upon its release, and by seeing it just once, they will fall under its control every time that it is released, even if they haven't seen it in a very, very long time. The power of Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis is so strong that even if a person knows they are under control, things into its effects. This ability is truly devastating and one that matches Aizen so well. It's incredibly useful to him in combat. Now, not only can he make his target think that other people are there, he affects their view on himself to create decoys that can hide his true feats and strike at the right opportunity. Now, once his Aizen's obviously strong enough to achieve, but it has never been revealed. Now, the only thing to mention when it comes to Aizen's power is when he viewed Kyoku. Himself underwent a few different transformations that were far beyond that of a soul hollows. His Zanpakuto was disintegrated when his body fused with the Hokyoku bombs. He was not able to use his illusionary powers. His also gave his soul immortality with the Hokyoku. All his wounds were generated. Now, of course, he eventually reverted back to his normal state. Gensu in their The Hokyoku rejected Aizen, but he retained both his immortality and his spiritual power. By the time of the Quincy Book, Aizen eventually surpassed the power of the moves he had when he used the Hokyoku. The Yakuya Kuchiki is the captain of the 6th Division and the 28th head of the Kuchiki clan, who are one of the 4 great nobles in the Soul Society. Yakuya was flashed there by Yonichi has never beat her. Yakuya is the most well-known and is one of the best users of this within all of the Soul Society. He has a very devastating ability and also his favorite to use, which is called Senka or Flash Pulse when translated. He is immortal.
Side vents are overheated. Go for those.
The state of strikes which looks off this which to his Zenbon Sakura, which means some cherry blossoms when translated. It looks like a single tongue in its silver. His Shikai's release command is Scatter. The special ability of his Shikai is that Zenbon Sakura separates into some tiny fragments that are incredibly sharp and look like cherry blossoms. The tiny blades disperse from the hills with Zanpakuto, and when Yakuya swings his hilt, the tiny blade shreds.
Looks like it's about to
Fence,
stop.
as they are strong enough to block incoming attacks from his Now, the Zenbon Sakura also has a safe zone. His cut with 85 centimeters on himself. However, if he sufficiently set the blades to that safe zone, Yakuya's Bankai is on Sakura Kageyoshi, translated to medicinal olive and cherry monsters. His Bankai is a larger version of Shikai instead of to create pencils and Shikai. Zenbon's Kageyoshi can create millions. Yakuya drops his Zanpakuto.
All I do is win.
Through an energy moves throughout the surrounding area of dark. Now, 2 rows evolution. Now, he has the ability Senki or Slaughter Scope, which is the Zepot. The scattered metals form into thousands of glowing swords that circle around Yokia. It grows in slow motion. This actually turns his thousands of blades into fewer, but they are more powerful swords that each have stronger attack power. Yokia can control these swords easily, but often refers to this is the true form of Zepot. So this ability is one that is extremely rare and even to use. Pinocchio won't ever use this ability if he has personally sworn to take down his opponent with his own two. Now, this ability also requires Pinocchio's full attack to be another reason as to why he doesn't use it. Now, sticking with this ability, it has a sub-ability because Jinga, where he will attack this target with his key sort of abilities. This is Yoshi's ultimate attack. Another of his abilities is called Goke, which is a sphere of tiny petal beads which will swirl around his opponent and then trap them in this cloud. One angle is left covered by these petals means that there is not only no blind spots, but there is also no escape. The sphere then collapses in itself, destroying the target trapped within. The last ability is called Shuke Hakutaiken. This ability takes all 1,000 petal blades and compresses them into one giant sword, which is its power. The blade takes on the appearance of a white bird and a painful circle of wings and made a switch on G. Blow. Ginrei Kuchiki was the former captain of the 6th of the Kuchiki clan over 100 years ago until he was eventually succeeded by his roots, Yakuya. Interestingly, his lieutenant when he was the 6th division was his son, Suchin Kuchiki. Now, we know that Ginrei was English due to the fact that he was captain about his Zanpakuto, she Kai had been built to us, but we do know that he had achieved all of his releases. We're also told that his Zanpakuto since staying looks very much like Yakuya's Zenbon Song in appearance.
Looks like it's about to stop.
Sergeant Momomura was the former captain of the 7th Division. His Zanpakuto was called Tengen, which means retribution when translated to Tana in its sealed state. His Shikamaru release command was raw. His Zanpakuto kept the same as when it was in its sealed state. Now, his Shikai special ability was that Tengen would create various phantom body parts of the armored giant that would copy the existence of all. These body parts would all have a much enhanced strength to them that would complete the bodies. As strong as the bodies, the very impressive bunch. Now, his bonfire was called Joe Tengen Yo, which translates means retribution
Fly while it's repairing.
His bonfire was activated the giant's his sword, which was referred to as a armor. The giant itself stands at around 100 meters tall and it has blades similar to that of Morpheus. Just like his shield, his giant covers his existence.
So much for Monica's cunning plan B. All that precious research down the digital drain.
amount of damage
Let's
to
come up with a plan C and
the giant can also take his
I'm pulling my people back.
spices.
I suggest you do the same, Doctor.
Will do. I never doubted that together we could defeat AIM here
If he
today.
wants to heal himself, Giant would also heal as well. This is the only Bankai that can heal himself. Then there is Puppy Joe Tenyo Dangai Joe. In this form, the giant completely sheds its armor, exposing its body that is made entirely of spiritual power. This form can only if more
Aims down a lot of research and one giant scary robot thanks to you.
Today was an important victory, but the war is far from over. All the more reason to savor our successes, Captain. True, old friend.
Werewolf clan. This allows them to completely shed their wolf form and return to their human form. This is achieved through ritual. A ritual that is only achieved by removing that person's heart. One becomes a shell and offering their hearts becomes immortal, meaning that while in this state, effects on both the immortal and his Bankai, as the words are regenerated instantly. Cal was to be referred to as the captain of the 7th Division. His motto is Tengumaru, which means long-nosed goblin when translated. It has the appearance of an katana in sealed form. His Shikai release command is crushed down. The appearance of Tenma moves from to that of a large black honeybird that looks like a cactus. Maru in Shikai form is also more than twice the height of Lord, and stands at 6'2", meaning that his sunbok toe is over 12 foot. His special ability is that it can manipulate fire, and has an ability called Fire Blowing Dabble, where Love will swing his sunbok toe and it will ignite itself in flames. As he points his sunbok toe down, a fire is released from his tip that will spike as soon as it makes contact with its target. Now, Visor, he of course has holification, which significantly boosts the strength, speed, and endurance of his shield abilities. He also has an ability called Mirror Opening, which is a technique of brute force strength. Love was able to rip a Menos Grande in half with his bare hands using this ability. In terms of his mask, his hollow mask takes the form of a traditional Japanese ogi mask. Lisa Yadomaru is the captain of the 8th Division. One of which unique things is that she is ambidextrous, meaning that she can swap purposely during combat while wielding her sunbok. She has a technique called 1000-page holster, where she utilizes her ability to use both armies, delivering multiple swings that are so fast, resulting in her target being shredded to pieces. Two is called Buru's Combo, which is translated to mean Iron Dragonfly. In its sealed state, it is a lot longer than most, resembling that of a Nadachi. Her Shikai's release command is Smash, which turns the appearance of her sunbok toe from a sword to a long hilt that leads to that of a monk's fate. The heavy ball at the end allows her to use her sunbok toe like an her Shikai's Dragonfly but Lisa dished out multiple hitting attacks all at once against her opponent. Lisa's Bonkai is also currently alone and has not been revealed to us just yet. She does have that boost in strength and endurance, but hasn't shown any ability that is specific to her location. In terms of her mask, she has a cross opening instead of friends. Kensei Guru is the captain of the 9th Division. He again was a captain over 100 years ago, but he is in exile and again is also a bystander. It's conveyed that despite being a master swordsman, someone who prefers fighting using hand-to-hand combat, he's a beast with extreme strength. His motto is called Tochikaze, which is translated as meaning a severing whip, and sealed form looks like a flash. His Shikai release command is Blast of Weapon. His Shikai turns his sunbok toe into a combat. His special activation of energy flashes turn to explosions. We have seen two abilities using Shikai, which include by its weapons, release multiple slashes from a distance that will ultimately pull you down before exploding, causing a huge amount of damage. The other ability is called Bomb Thrust, where Kensei charges Tochikaze with spirit power till it takes the form of a glowing ball of light. This he will then fire his devastating, very powerful blast. Kensei's Bonkai is called Tekken Tochikaze, which is translated to mean Iron Fist Earth Severing. When his Bonkai is activated, a large explosion goes in. Just as Tochikaze is transformed from a combat knife to a pair of large blades with purple, which wrap both his arms like a sort of arm. There is also a thicker purple that wraps around over his arm. Now, his Bonkai's ability focuses all of his Shikai's power into the two knuckle blades, making his punches the same destructive force that he will continuously pummel his opponent with. As long as that knuckle blade is in contact with his opponent, a barrage of explosions will continuously go off. As well as his destructive power, Kensei can also change the knuckle blades into brass knuckles as well as spiked gauntlets. As Visor, he has holification powers too that greatly enhance his strength and speed. His mask resembles that of a hockey face guard. Tomatoes was the former captain of the 9th Division before he betrayed the Soul Society alongside Nucci. His motto is called Tsunamuchi, which means bell button translated. It is sealed like a regular cartoon. When it comes to his Shikai, Tosis is not like the friends on Monty. The fact that it has two Shikai commands, both The first is when he uses the rings. How? His Octo keeps the silk katana in a sealed state, but a high-pitched noise occurs over a large area. Those that hear this high-pitched noise will be non-conscious. The other Shikai ability is called Cricket's second Lotus. This ability turns Suzuki into its Benihiko form. Suzuki begins to vibrate, and as Tozen begins to move his sword in a circular motion, a trail appears following the sword to move. This trail then turns into hundreds of bullets that are then fired straight at his opponent. Tozen's Bankai is called Suzumushi Tsuchi Kuroki, which is translated to Bell closing ceremony in cricket. Kaname activates his Bankai and his katana begins to spin. It starts from his spiritual energy. It begins to spin faster as it grows in size and then splits into two separate rings of equal size that will circle around the Kaname. Now, the smash of his sword, the rings disperse and create a large circular perimeter, and rings to form a black wave that will continue to grow in size until it forms a large, solid black dome. Within the dome, a vacuum is created that completely nullifies the senses of sight, sound, scent, speech, or energy. The only sense that remains is touch, allowing Kaname to attack them with his sealed Octo. Now, the dome itself is an extension of Suzumushi, which allows Kaname to put the seals Octo itself within said dome. The weakness to his Bankai is that by touching Suzumushi's hilt, you become immune to the dome's effects. So, if his opponent manages to touch the hilt, his Bankai becomes pretty useless. The dome will continue to exist as long as Kaname wishes, or if he becomes seriously injured. So, Tozen also has the power of Hollow Dimension that enhanced his strength, speed, and endurance. As well as that, he also had high-speed regeneration while wearing his mask. Talking of his mask, Kaname's hollow mask covered the majority of his head and neck. There was a gap at the back of his head, had a line that went through the middle of the
Get it together, okay? You got this, old man.
Kaname had his resurrection called Suzumushi Hyakyushi Krilla, which is translated as the 100th ceremony crazed cricket. In this form, Tozen's body took the form of a giant bug covered in black fur with 4 insect arms, 2 giant horns. His form enhanced his strength as well as all of his sound abilities. Not only that, but he also maintained his high-speed regeneration. He had 2 abilities in this form, the first being Los Nube Aspectos, aka the 9 aspects. Using his claws to drag circles in the with him a huge blast of sound. That will crush. The second ability is Lava or Great Swelters, charges up a huge fellow with both of his arms. The 2 together, he fires it at its target. Hisagaya is the captain of the 10th Division. His was the most gifted Fuji in the Soul Society since King Ichimaru. Often referred to as a child genius, and called him the embodiment of the head white angel that blesses the Soul Society once a century. Not only is Hisagaya extremely impressive physically, his intellect is equally as impressive. His motto is called Hyorimaru, which is translated as Ice Room. In its sealed state, it looks this motto is which is longer than your average toe. Because Hisagaya is pretty small, standing 4'4", he can still wear a sheet on his his waist. Now, Hisagaya can use the abilities of his motto in is an ISOP Octo in all the Soul Society. In fact, Hisagaya's control over his toe is so great that he can actually use some of his abilities in its Shikai. But they can backfire on it too. His Shikai's Rin's command is Reign over the Frosted Heavens. Its Rin's form, Hyorimaru becomes slightly longer in length and also gains the addition of a crescent blade on its hilt attached by a metal chain, which can also extend and be used to attack his arm. Shikai's special ability is that it allows the Sky to control the elements of water and ice. Slashes heat.
Code verification complete.
Also creating
Authorized personnel
that makes the shape of a Chinese drum
verification.
it touches. Between Shikai and Akon abilities are the abilities of his Shikai are as follows. The first is subjugation of the heavens, which is both his most basic ability but also his strongest, with control and manipulate the water in the atmosphere. Then he has multi-layer vacuum ice wave, which creates a of multiple layers of ice. This multi-layer ice wall can even withstand sulfire attacks, which of course that he is weakest against. He can also use this offensively with a technique called cumulus wall, where he manipulate all of the ice that he has gathered, focuses it this October before firing it straight in. There is also another ice wall technique where he will break the ice by beating threads together. His final Shikai ability is called Six Clothed Ice Fire Arrow, where his fire will place 5 snowflake shapes on the ground, creating a trap for his opponent. Once they step on this trap, each of the snowflakes send a line of ice straight that will impact the target in a giant is called Hyorin Maru, which is related to trips motors. When Hisagaya activates Kai, his form changes when his Hyorin Maru begins to flow into Hisaga. On his the ice moves into a dragon. The ice continues to form 2 wings on his back and tail. The ice continues to form his left arm where an ice claw engulfs his hand. Hisaga's feet are also encased in this ice similar to the claw on his left. All of these frozen limbs are fully functional and can be used as an extension of himself during battle. 3 purple flowers of ice also sometimes appear floating behind him. Each of them have 4 petals. These petals melt away as the petal progresses. These petals are a somewhat timer of how long Hisagaya can remain in his form. Now, Hisagaya can freeze both objects and his surroundings just as his Shikai form. However, when his Bonkai is activated, this is much stronger than range is greater. In terms of techniques, he has Senkyo Ningyo, Lingering Ice Puppet, where he can eat a large amount of ice that is shaped to look exactly like him. His weapons are both lifelike and they even bleed. Hisagaya can also use his wings as a shield when they like a suit to protect him. He also has Bonkai regeneration, and his Bonkai will regenerate as long as there is water in the air. Senka is he will slap his opponent and a burst of ice will appear. Hisagaya will then shatter the ice and his target trapped within. He also has Senen Hyo, years of ice prison. Hisagaya will create loads of ice pillars which circle around both himself and his opponent. When he commands it, these pillars will begin to move towards his Shosarara is called Block, is where Hisagaya will freeze water into ice. By swinging his thumb on toe in an arc-like motion, daggers of ice will propel towards his target. Hyoryo's ice dragon swirling towards motion from Hisagaya's that creates an ice flame that shoots towards his enemy. He also has a Seku Void 7, which allows Hisagaya to control his technique further, even sending the ice flame into the air. Hisagaya's most powerful technique is called Hyuta Hyakasu Frozen Heaven Ultra Flower Funeral. This is an ability that is an extension of his conjugation of the power. Make the water in the atmosphere being fused with ice. Hyuta Hyakasu, a huge hole opens through the clouds and snow starts to fall. If the snowflakes make contact with his opponent, they create ice flowers that appear all over their body that will trap them in a huge pit of ice. Hisagaya strengthened his Bonkai through 18 months of training until its completed form. He himself claimed that his body wasn't mature enough at the time to completely control his Bonkai, use it to its fullest potential. And on my body, he has achieved this. She was the world captain of the 10th Division. She is an absolute powerhouse, as you would expect from the head of the person. One of the best ways to showcase this, other than his many punch with Ichigo, of course, is his decorative technique, where she can send his opponent flying with incredible force with just the simple flick of a finger. His motto is called Engetsu, which means scheme for the moon when translated. In its sealed state, it looks like an ordinary touchy. She released command is codes for his motto change how they engulf in a fire-like spirit energy. Ishii will use an energy attack when he will use his word and spit it onto the sword, which will then release an insane amount of spirit energy that he will then use to pummel his opponent. Now, the ability Ishii performs his show, which was incredibly powerful. He used this against Bison in the Big Karakura town. Not only did he demolish the surrounding buildings, but also left Bison with large gashes. Bison said that it was splendid and was absolutely Ishii Now, Ishii does have Bankai, but it has never been proven its worth. It was said that if Ishii tried to use it, put a large amount of strain on his body, a strain so large that it would leave him heavily injured. Kenpachi Zaraki is the current captain of the also the element G to hold the position. When it comes to powerhouses, choosing a guy who do not want to be on the bottom is Kenpachi Zaraki. He is incredibly tuned to combat, and swordsmanship is his spur battle sense. Words that are chosen to describe his power are words such as supernatural and immeasurable, which really gives us an understanding of just how much of a physical presence he really is. His energy is absolutely off the charts, so that he had eye patch over his realm. Kenpachi admitted that he has more control over his spirit power and has to rely on said eye patch to keep it manageable level. Once that eye patch is removed, his spirit energy goes wild. Large areas that consume miles away. She is just supposedly is almost always frozen to the spot where it is. It is released in energy and shockwaves, also seems as energy. So on the same level or higher than Kenpachi, put installation pressure and put on him. Now, his Zanpakuto is called Nozarashi, which means weapons and when translated. As a child, without training, Kenpachi was able to imprint onto his Zanpakuto. In terms of his appearance, it is much longer than a regular Zanpakuto. Its head is covered in bandages and is extremely jagged and blade. So the science proved that it was Kenpachi's insane spiritual pressure that was forcing his Zanpakuto into a release state due to this unique design. Kenpachi was the only captain in the history of the 13 war-game squads to achieve the captain without Zanpakuto being able to perform either of its release state. He, of course, was the ranking captain in the exclusive trial one. It was until he was beaten by Ichigo that he wanted to get stronger when he came in the name of Zanpakuto and achieve his release. Kenpachi's Shinai release plan is great. His appearance changes a giant like weapon with a block grip. Its special ability transforms into the power of Nozarashi's strength and wisdom. Its power is in its destroy Ichiro just a single blow. Kenpachi can hit his opponents with ease, able to now, Kenpachi's Bankai is for a bit of knowledge to know what it does. So, when it activates in a huge amount of energy is released, then Kenpachi's take out buildings in the surrounding. Kenpachi himself changes. His skin turns red and sparkles over his face, as well as gaining the addition of forms. His Zanpakuto also undergoes a change looking like an alternate version of its shield state. This is the only time that she changes the will, not only physically, but too. In this form, Kenpachi is like that of a demon saga who gets an incredible amount of strength and power. He acts in a pure bit of rage when he is consumed with mindlessness without regarding his own life. Mayuri Kuretsuchi is the captain of the 12th Division and is also the second president of the Shinigami Research Institute. He was formerly the third seat of the 12th Division of the Mayuri is almost genius. He has the most intellect and scientific mind of the whole society. He has performed many an invention and researched body modification, but has also experimented on himself and upgraded his own body parts to using combat in conjunction with his Zanpakuto. In some cases before battle, he thoroughly studied his opponent and made modifications to his just advantage. into his own modifications, he has Flesh Splash, which is like an escape tool where he will slap himself with his serious state Zombog toe, turning himself into a green liquid that can be ignorant or be attacked. He can still move around and speak in this form and return to his normal state in a few days. He also has Belly Bomb, where his left arm can extend to that of a grappling hook. If this arm were to be attacked, it will explode on impact, but this isn't a problem for my as he has a regeneration serum to replace the lost limb. Mayuri is also able to pull out of his ear to form a sock that is still attached to him like a flesh-like rope that he will use to put down his opponent.
Avengers.
He has a camouflage technique from steel where his body can blend in the colours and textures of his surroundings. Now, Mayuri's craziest modification is to be that he can replace all of his lost organs with fake ones that are just as functional as the originals or a lot less vulnerable. Crazy is that this operation will take less than an hour to perform. To his Zombog toe is called Shisogi Jizo, which is translated as the leg-cutting guardian. Its appearance in its sealed form is like a normal katana, with the guard covered in a cloth with spikes sticking out just below the blade. Quincy Blood War, Mayuri modded his Zombog toe by adding a sensor that blocks all sword attacks within 2 feet of his body. It's a level of 60 degrees of range time. His Shikai's release is rib. The form changes to that of a baby trident with curved blades. The god of the Zombog toe is shaped like a baby's head with his hands in prayer. Mayuri's Shikai special ability is that of venom. When his opponent is stabbed by Ashisogi Jizo, signals from the brain that control him are severed, leaving them paralyzed. The only thing not affected by the venom is the nerve endings and pain centers, meaning that his opponent will still be able to feel pain the paralyzed limb endures. He also has a Shikai ability called Leg Cutting Jizo, Terra Magnitude 4. When Mayuri sticks his finger in one eye, the baby's hit on his thumb, too, causing a dark fluid to come out of the baby's mouth. That hears this sound, paralyzed for 4 seconds. Mayuri's Bonkai is called Kanji Shisogi Jizo, which is a divine leg cutting Jizo. When his Bonkai is activated, a giant monster-looking creature appears that has the body of a caterpillar and a huge, creepy...
What? Let's take a cameo. Make sure you guys check the links. He referred the call to their representation instead of speaking directly. Sources familiar with the situation told Michael that there was no mistake. This performer was already under a full-time contract. He's bringing forward back and he's looking to even ramp up the motives to get to be back and love the boosters for whatever he has planned for the rest of the year. He wants that former talent back. He wants talent on the show to carry out his vision of what WWE and the product should be. Carrying Ross, Scarlett, B-Fab, Dakota Kai, all of them, excluding Swerve, have been brought back by Triple H, Dexter Lumis as well. In recent weeks, we've seen them on Raw and on SmackDown. Reported today that a source close to AEW told them that a notable AEW talent under contract with the promotion reported to AEW management that WWE reached about coming back to World Wrestling Entertainment. This that they were happy with AEW and wanted the higher-ups to know about this. The performer added that they didn't have a decision to put the promotion. Now, the claim was that a member of WWE's relations department contacted the wrestler, and a source indicated they be referred the call to their representation instead of speaking directly. Sources familiar with the situation told Fightful that there was no mistake. This performer was already under a full-time contract. Now, what I find funny is that the talent made it clear that they were happy with AEW, and they wanted the higher-ups to know about this. So clearly, he is very, very loyal and dedicated to what he's got going on to AEW, and he brought this to the higher-ups, he brought this to management, to Khan, possibly, and let them know what was going on. The performer, they didn't have a desire to leave the promotion at all, especially right now. The claim was that a member of WWE's talent relations department contacted the wrestler. So, I don't want to point blame here, but if somebody is in the television or in the talent relations department, a move like that and a risk like that is not being taken by somebody in the department on their own. Nobody in the department is going to go call Tony Khan and go call AEW or go call the talent and check in on them and see how they're doing unless they were told to do so. This motive, this reaching out to talent came from above. And who's above? Who's the only one that's going to be able to make that decision and tell people to do this? As head of relations, this all falls on the lap of Paul Levesque. Does not really make Paul Levesque look as far as, everything is concerned. It does make him a little cutthroat. Obviously, he's to do with WWE television. Obviously, he wants to defy all the reading done by Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard. But I don't know if reaching to others 4 years to go reach out to contract the AEW is the right way to go. It only makes sense to you. That's the former is, I don't know. That a member of the talent reached out to the wrestler, and a source indicated that Paul to represent speaking about a plethora of names. It really showed back Triple H is reaching out to Swerve to see what he's up to, what his contract is like, and the television constantly. I got the together. What's your status? What's going on? Where's your contract up? Let's go over it. Which would be fucked up. No, that is team in the key play. It's fun that he's not being. He was fired. It's nothing to do with Swerve. It's nothing about this is Swerve's fault. WWE let him go. Vince let him go. Brooks let him go. Triple H didn't let him go. What? He felt was me. I gotta go. Sure. Gonna show you. That's exactly what. Maybe it's out of balls. Triple H. Something Triple H. Yes. Was followed by given to T. John. Been given that opportunity. It's not a good look. It's a good look for Triple H. But, I Triple H, it really shows you that he wants to be flawless with his vision. How much is in his vision?
Yes, Commander Hill. Right away.
Go on a race on Twitter? Probably not. If I'm Tony Khan, I'm looking at this. The size is desperate. Hey, not my fucking fault. Your father-in-law, fucking demented old scene. And doing what I gotta do over here. You smile? If I'm Tony Khan, I'm not saying anything. If I'm Tony Khan, I let my actions speak for me and what I think. You want to tamper with my fucking talent? You want to reach out to my teams? What they got that they have their thing that they'll have a better time there with you instead of me. So if I'm Tony Khan, I'm putting on a fucking Steinberg show tonight. 2, I'm taking one of this and shoving it in WWE's face. And I'm going to put it on of 20 cons. Instead of going out there, it's the one thing. Triple H. WWE. You want to show how desperate you are? I'm gonna show you. So I find this to be very fun, but give it a fair shot. Now on AEW's roster. So let me know what you guys think about that story. I found that to be very interesting that the criminals reached to WWE to see their status well because Triple H wants them back. Johnny Gargano is interested. I'm sure you guys knew this. It's on everybody's mouth, on everybody's mind. Johnny Gargano interested to the WWE. Cassidy Haynes of BodySlam.net reports that Gargano is very much open to the WWE return. Triple H is in charge of creative and is interested in talking to you to see how things would be changing. But the overarching factor for him to leave in the first place and him walking away in the first place was dissatisfaction with his position and direction.
Perfect.
No set plan for how he would have been used. And the mainstays in NXT, the old guard of NXT, wanted to keep Johnny Gargano. When he was there, what they all thought of Johnny Gargano and how valuable Johnny Gargano was to the WWE brand on NXT. So, one way or another, Johnny Gargano would have been.
We'll show you true power.
He would have been on the roster and not really used. He probably would have eventually let his contract walk no matter what. Now that we're hearing about the satisfactions and position direction of him, no idea what he was doing. Now all of this is starting to come out and into the general public as far as Johnny Gargano's concerned. This is not new information. We all knew this then, and now we know it confirmed.
We done here?
That Gargano had also talks with WWE. He's talked with AEW. So that is very interesting because there were a couple of instances where people that Johnny Gargano would already be in WWE. He's not. So Johnny Gargano looks like the smartest guy in all of football. See, because now he's got AEW. So another heart and soul of NXT on the roster, which I think would be great. Johnny would be fantastic.
Nice work.
But Johnny Gargano is
Clear for that.
all this because now he's Triple H wanting him. Now he's looking at Congo figure for very different reasons. Johnny Gargano, best pro wrestlers on the planet. And Johnny Gargano, Johnny Gargano also was one because Tony Khan would love to take another piece of Triple H's NXT. He would find great enjoyment in that. Because he loves Johnny Gargano. He saw Ciampa and Gargano as mere energy. The heart and soul of NXT was Johnny Gargano. Tommaso Ciampa and Triple H and Shawn Michaels lived vicariously through both of these men. And Johnny Gargano, with the combination of Triple H, he would fit like a glove in Triple H's. On Raw or on SmackDown, he would be better off for it than he ever had been if Vince McMahon was there. But it's the smartest all of the years. One of them. Now Triple H wants him. He can command any type of money he wants. He can go to the highest. But now the dissatisfaction with the schedule. Johnny Gargano is right now. He just is interested. What is more valuable to him? Is Triple H going to give him a... Is Triple H going to... doing 2 days on the road at home the rest of the time. It's going to be a very interesting situation right now. It's going to be tough at both ends here. Obviously, Triple H wants him back, and he loves Triple H. But the schedule, and now being a father, that is going to come into play and probably be the most interesting aspect of all. It's the most important aspect for Johnny Gargano. While under the leadership of Triple H, Gargano and Ciampa were pushed as the top 2 guys on the brand for a long time. Both wrestlers captured the NXT Championship. Ciampa is Triple H in charge, and now Vince McMahon not there, obviously. Gargano departed from WWE last December with Candice LeRae ahead of the birth of their first child. He has not wrestled since then, but has made convention appearances here and there. Wrestling man, I don't know. I'm keeping to my guns. I'm saying Johnny Gargano ends up back with WWE, but AEW's got a show in Cleveland, and that's another date to look at. And I know Tony Khan would love to add Johnny Gargano to the roster and have him debut in Cleveland in front of that audience. So it's going to be very interesting when and where Johnny Gargano pops up. And he's already said he will be back. He just doesn't know when. This is the road you guys are hoping for right now. Randy Rhodes may be back on WWE TV. PW Insider reports that Rhodes wrestled during an in-house live event last Friday. The in-house events are done to give developmental time. So, they're in ring. Rhodes is currently the NXT roster, but her return to the ring is a step forward because she's noted with the fact that she wanted to wrestle more and has been working hard on moving her in-ring work. That's respectable for Rhodes. And she's learning under the WWE management tree there. Center. She's probably better. It's going to be interesting what she learned. The flip side of that is if she isn't good coming out of this, she is who was shit great with it. I mean, I think she's into the fucking line. What the hell is it? If she can't use what she needs to do, what the team is in that performance here now, and if she's not coming out of this thing, she's put on the fucking back burner and never revisit again. But it is respectable that she continues to do this and learn and improve her in-ring work. But there is a bad side to this. The last time Rhodes wrestled was in January for AEW, and match against Ivan King will be in action tonight against Tony Storm. No word yet on when she might appear on NXT or even if it's main roster TV. Fightful reported last April that there were conversations about Rhodes getting an on-screen role in WWE, and it was unclear at the time if that meant that she would be wrestling or doing something else. It's possible that any plans they may have had was on TV. Obviously, Cody Rhodes suffered that twin peg injury right before Hell in a Cell. To me, if she wants to wrestle, you go and kick this and you do what you gotta do. Like I said, if it doesn't work out, I think it's time to move on with this. But I always found that Brandy Rhodes and her role was so much better with in Cody's corner and her being that catalyst to Cody Rhodes. I honestly think they could be a great couple on TV if presented in the right way, and I do think that Paul Levesque could get them there. But I don't know if anybody is really interested in seeing Brandy on television. I don't. It didn't have a good feeling to it. It had a bad vibe to it. It's bad stuff with it. It may have had one or two shelf life. She doesn't carry herself the right way. I don't think people legitimately want to see Brandy Rhodes on television. But I believe, I can speak for everybody else, but I feel like Brandy's trying to make a leap off of her husband for herself, and people see right through that. It's going to be very difficult for her to prove the doubters wrong. It really is. Brandy dynamic was great. Cody is great. Brandy riding the coattails of Cody isn't something that I think people really are invested in. It's going to be very interesting to see what Brandy Rhodes does as far as her in-ring for WWE even get to that point. She's training right now. It may not even materialize into anything, but I'll tell you right now, I don't think people are interested in seeing Brandy Rhodes on television. And Sasha Banks, this is a sad story. She seemed to laugh it off, which I'll show you in a second. Sasha
You're
Banks
heading on
noted
to another
on
Taffy story.
Instagram via her
Just
IG
stay
stories that
focused on
someone broke
completing the
into her
mission.
car
We're
while
monitoring
she
you
was
from
in
here.
Oakland, California. Banks was in the state to appear on the red carpet for the ChiLL movie.
Wow.
So the window was destroyed and nothing of it was stolen. Somebody stolen some of the hair products that she used to get ready for the red carpet for this ChiLL movie. She does not live in Oakland. She was wearing her nice Boston Red Sox cap representing Boston and Oakland. The car is not hers, was like a rental. Banks did post also surveillance video of the person breaking into the car, so if anybody has any
I
information
will
that's
scan the
following
area
Sasha
for AIM
Banks,
signatures
obviously you
and
guys know
update
what
your
to do with
HUD.
that, but
Be
you
on
know, I
your guard.
wonder, I said this yesterday a lot in my NXT show, I wonder if this person knew who Sasha Banks was and if that was Sasha Banks' car or rental car, and he thought, hey, let me to bring this shit in, maybe she got something of value, maybe some ring gear, a belt or something along those lines.
There are
Maybe this
Inhumans
person
caught in a standoff up
was
ahead.
Sasha Banks' vehicle,
Backup has
or
arrived.
maybe this person
Protect those Inhumans.
isn't Sasha Banks at all. Oakland is just a fucking scummy city to live in.
Follow
That I know is hot. Right. This is just the middle of
Follow
everything
her.
in Oakland, California. You know, this is what usually happens in Oakland, but at the end of the day, I'm just glad that Sasha Banks is alright and nobody, her team and herself, was not hurt. So hopefully we will see Sasha Banks. Rumor is that she'll be back at the end of this tournament. WWE Women's Tag Team Tournament, so we will see what happens. But all signs are pointing that Sasha Banks will be back on WWE.
Look directly at the beast, kid!
We're moving on Saturday because I'm looking to go. Maybe I'll run into him. Credits, bro. He played. He saw him. I hope he's watching from the sidelines. This shit should be done.
They're safe.
To get this bullshit, this fucking
A team of watchdogs is in the vicinity.
class.
I
Every
sent their location to your HUD.
brings a bigger smile to my face. Hope he gets jail time. I hope he fucking gets the fucking book thrown at him. This is now running creative, and in 3 weeks, the excitement around the product is greater than I've seen in 3 years. Well, not really 30 years.
Neutralize the
I'd say
watchdogs
it's the
unit.
last one. 30 years in the construction. But you want to go back 30 years? That is stop. So hopefully we see another team.
Watch your eyes, everyone!
Good. All of this actually is not surprising. And moving into the next story, everybody
A watchdog's
talk
agent
about
is
this.
down.
Oh, he's not fired yet. Why are you already saying that he's fired? In this quick, they uncovered $5 million more.
Another
John
watchdog has been
Lawrence.
neutralized.
Hey kid, it's not you, it's much more. I wish you well in your future endeavors. The door is always open.
Oh, really? Not that much. Really did.
We got the budget, but we'll open it up for you.
They've lost another agent.
John Lawrence by WWE is fit. EW Insider reported this week that his termination is now official. Or within the last week or so, and was kept quiet to just a small number of people. Laurinaitis had been with the company since March of 2021 after a purchase of WCW. A couple of months later, he was promoted to the Director of Talent Relations, and in 2009, became
They're being
Executive
kept
Vice
in portable
President
cells.
of
You'll have to break them out.
He also appeared off and on camera in authority roles, and he was featured regularly on Total Ballers, which was a popular series on the E! Network, with his wife, whom he cheated on. While she was fucking And for a plane tour, Kathy Laurinaitis, right? Yeah.
Theo, work your magic. You're safe now.
Daughters-in-law Nikki
You'll need to
Bella,
destroy the locking mechanisms to open
John Laurinaitis days with WWE. Finished. In the report, he got moving on a fucking rock somewhere. Or what's this? Certainly, is that he obviously he was. Now he's fired. He was linked to Vince McMahon in this situation. His company cell phone is disconnected. This is what WWE employees go through when they fuck up and die. Goodbye, Laurinaitis. Laurinaitis is finished. And as far as any changes with anybody else, Kevin Dunn, Bruce Pritchard, we're still waiting on fucking Hariki or Bruce Pritchard. Get him out. Kevin Dunn, it will take a little bit longer for Kevin Dunn to get out. You know, even when he's gone, even when Vince McMahon has been gone, I'm pretty sure it's like Kevin Dunn to remain. Oh, Kevin Dunn's a good guy. Kevin Dunn's a good guy. He didn't do anything wrong to anybody. Can you just keep him on? I think fucking Val was jump fucking gross in WWE. So Kevin Dunn ain't going anywhere. Bruce Pritchard fired before Kevin Dunn. Wade Keller recently reported that there are people in the company that expect Kevin Dunn to eventually leave the company on his own accord.
Don't worry.
And it may happen as soon as the end of this year. Really give a shit.
What the fuck?
Vince there. He was one of Vince McMahon's trusted soldiers. Pritchard there has no. He now has to answer to Triple H, Paul Levesque. The fact that Bruce Pritchard is there and he sees should have been done while swallow his fucking tongue. I love it.
Oh shit. While I'm sitting here, might as well pay some bills. Oh shit, boy.
I'm heading out on the next one. Keep my bunk warm for me.
How long this time?
I never know.
How are we doing out there?
Making progress, one step at a time.
Come on, bro. Fuck. There we go.
Almost finished with that report for Commander Hill. She's not gonna like this week's update.
It's rough out there. She knows that.
It would be nice to get a win for once. At least the Avengers are making progress. Not sure what we'd do without.
All right, cool. Cool. Let's go ahead and I'll be right back on. We'll throw some music up while we're going intermission. Okay. Could that work? Shit. So effort.
Did you ever hear back about those security codes?
Not yet. Expecting an update shortly.
Let me know when you do.
Okay, so.
Are we all set for the next inspection?
Everything should be in order.
Let's keep it that way.
Your squad's departing in 20.
Thanks.
Hey, good luck out there. Stay safe.
Are we all set for the next inspection?
Everything should be in order.
Let's keep it that way.
Your squad's departing in 20.
Thanks.
Hey, good luck out there. Stay safe.
Commander Hill wants us to double check all the gear before the next run.
Can't the hangar crew do it?
Too busy with the repairs.
Right.
Did you ever hear back about those security codes?
Not yet. Expecting an update shortly.
Let me know when you do.
The ship, if Vince McMahon wasn't Steve there, he booked the show exactly how Vince would have done it. That's for WWE. He came back to the company after working Impact and MLW. He back and every single fucking that youth was wrong with the product. That man was as guilty as body dead. Even though this as he was comfortable, as long as the position was there, as long as he was happy, he didn't give a shit what. He didn't show what he's doing. Or just dropped, or somebody, or if it's happening, to setting at a problem, nobody gave a fuck in that company. Nobody. Now things are different. Now things are different. And things are done the right way. I love that Bruce is there. I love the fact that Bruce is watching everything that Vince McMahon did become undone. All the people that probably firing. Said, tell me why these names were being brought up. Bruce, we want to fire them. Should we keep them or should we let them go? But what? It's whatever you want, Vince. Boss? Tickling his left ankle. Bruce Bridger was a glorified fucking yes man. He didn't give a shit either way. So with him, he's lucky to be fired. He's lucky he's still even there. He's got no power. He's which we will get into tonight. Just like the future.
I've got teams on the ground, but AIM's come out fighting. There are pitched battles on the streets.
Tell your people to stand firm. The Avengers are on their way.
Bruce! And like I said,
a resistance unit is fighting for its life near your location. Updating your HUD.
Let's give him a hand before we hit that weapons cache.
That's fine.
What page? Try chemo!
I can't believe we're fighting in the streets. Where are the cameras when you need them?
AIM would no doubt push
Mike
the
Johnson
message
and
that the resistance are the proverbial bad guys, and that their troops are simply defending themselves against lawless aggressors.
Yep.
EW inside to the WWE headquarters in Stanford. Resignation after the Wall Street Journal stories about his DAs to cover up with its employees and ex-town. McMahon was recently removed from all the internal list of performers, and his name was removed from the backstage during SummerSlam weekend. There's no longer this backstage. They said they have an office for the CEO and talent relations called that. As for the private gym at the company's headquarters, no one's in it. That was the case. Criminal charges could be brought forward. Knowing the company wants that, especially as they try to move away from headlines. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. If Vince is still with the company in any capacity, if there are criminal charges and he's basically in jail, he was
The resistance are the proverbial bad guys, and that their troops are simply defending themselves against lawless aggressors.
The stock, still has all the controlling shares of the company on Wall Street. It's not going to be the chief executive officer. It's not going to be the board. He's is not going to be running shows Monday and Friday. His name is not going to be on anything that they do, because if it is, it's going to be Black Eye, and nobody wants the negative headlines right now. When WWE right now, at least in the last 5 years, they're more popular in this 3-week span than they've been in the last week. And nobody wants to derail them. You need to start seeing company growth. You're seeing it on Wall Street. And now you need to start seeing it on television. And that's where we are right now. People are excited. People are optimistic about the company and what we're successful with.
What the fuck? Am I just messing up the time?
And that's about it. Yeah, still what shit. Argue with you. People that is the case. But I'm here to tell you that it's not. Vince been carrying Cross back. Vince would not be back. Vince would not be hiring me. Vince would not abolish the term, hospital. Point clean, hospital, wrestler, wrestling, pro wrestling. These are words that were used on WWE social media, on television. This is not Vince.
Heads up, we got company.
And more surprises still to come. Highlighting the title, highlighting the United States title, killing off basically.
Now let's punch a hole through Aiden's weapons cache.
Let's
Dr. Pym,
being
did you get
shot
those
off.
coordinates Jarvis sent?
Let's go.
I've already got a team engaged with AIM forces on site.
He would not be going.
AIM seemed determined to protect a building that
If he was still in
officially
charge.
only stores administrative
So you guys have
vessels.
nothing to worry
They sure do.
It is a new
Let's take care of these security
just
forces and then get in
take
there.
it easy.
Come on. Let's show
Be
AIM they
comfortable.
can't stop the resistance
Be
and the
optimistic
Avengers.
about everything.
Especially when we work together.
But there is no single person that will honestly look me in the face and tell me that these shows haven't been better. You cannot sit there and tell me that these shows have not been better than what Vince McMahon was doing.
Looks like
They
AIM
were.
has a storage facility in the area. Might be worth
What
checking
was so
out.
great about Vince McMahon shows compared to this? What the fuck did you think about what Vince is doing? He's not running the shit. He's not running WWE, and there's a small suspicion of my fucking soul that thinks if Vince does get cleared, he'll probably try and weasel himself back into position. Creative. He'll probably be a fucking counselor of sorts. Try and take over. Put his
I got your back.
things. Claim chairman of the board. I don't think he'll be able to really weasel himself back into. I'm not really worried about that, but there's always some part of me that thinks, is it really
Not
possible
today,
that
friend.
he did it?
I'm injured.
Well, Triple H comes and Stephanie comes in and they wipe the slate clean and they bring in all their own people who's come in and just fucking undo everything that was done. I don't know if that's even possible. That would be another black eye completely on the company. And you don't want that. You want to get these fans back. You want to get in the good graces of the fans, which WWE's doing right now. But surely,
And you know
a
what?
lot of people did shit for years. It's McMahon. So you want to drive these people away from the product that you just back. He's the best.
You are a true friend.
Johnson's the best.
Not today,
I
friend.
think Johnson's great. Johnson was supposed to be respect. It's Austin Theory. That did not happen. I would assume that it was the plan, and the man, the Wall Street Journal bombshell. And then John Cena's. Guys, it's a huge shock. 1,000 people in Garden. Everybody on board for this thing. This is a status update on John Cena. We head into Clash at the Castle only 3 weeks away. This is the biggest WWE show here in the United States.
I don't believe it. We're through.
All part of the plan.
I've
One
marked the
big name
elevator on
that
your hut.
won't appear on this show is John Cena. John Cena actually addressed this during a Q&A session at the Wales Comic Con. He says, and I quote, "I've been coming to Cardiff to fight for 15 plus years, and every time. It's going to be at Clash. Cena said. There you go. John Cena is not booked, and there is no freedom plans for John Cena at Clash of the Castle. The event is scheduled for September 3rd at Quincy Valley Stadium in Cardiff, Wales. Obviously, Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre is right now scheduled for the undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Championship. Cena hasn't wrestled since losing to Reigns at SummerSlam last year. And he's been adamant that he's not fully retired from wrestling, but is remaining focused on his acting career right now. He returned to Raw last month and indicated that he would not be wrestling anytime soon. He did not know when he would return
Get
to
your people
the
some
ring.
better weapons, Doc.
Did my birthday?
John Cena will be back. If John Cena's calendar is open, you're more than likely to get back before you get way back. Even though both are in Hollywood, Rock is obviously the most businessman in Hollywood. John Cena obviously is adding to the resume. You hear him all over these fucking commercials on TV. He is everywhere, really. And I believe he's filming himself. Since Cannon show again, Peacemaker in Canada, so if he does come back, John Cena does come back. But I would love to see John Cena chase number 17. I think John Cena, if he's going to end up retiring, I think John Cena should absolutely be a 17-time champion. And there's a story there that he put against Randy Orton, he could do it against Edge. I would love to see that. John Cena chasing number 17. That's something that should have been done already. WWE had the capability of doing it with Rumble, and they didn't do it. So I hope that they do visit that at some point. Randy Orton would be perfect. Edge would be perfect. I honestly think, a lot of people say Randy Orton is his greatest rival. I would say CM Punk and Edge was a tremendous opponent for Johnson. Now, obviously, older, but they're a little bit more wiser, short. That would love to see. I really would. I hope he continues. His mind. Johnson, let's see the champion. Johnson is so much about the company. He's obviously the best interest of the future of the company at heart. Always making one-off comments. WWE can't continue to bring back the old guard and these old Hall of Famers. Bring back and take a spot away from the young kid. You're not really building the future. It's a misconception. One of the future pieces of the company to be highlighted. He's made one-off comments about that, and that's why I honestly respect him the way that I. He sees things the way the fans see. He wants to be there for the simple reason of putting over young talent, and that's what he wants to do. It may be very next.
I'll need to expose each generation, then destroy it so your people
come
can
back.
get access.
Use the control panel inside to access the generators. Work quickly as they will not stay exposed for long. AIM certainly know how to build impressive handheld equipment.
The company does give him one last run next year. I do. Whether he wins and retires, I don't know what his full-time schedule is going to be. That's the one thing that's going to be holding us back. If he wins World Championship, so take that with his schedule. He'd have to put all Hollywood to be a WWE champion, and I don't know if that's going to be a realistic possibility. Even if he chases number 17 in full, just want to see this one last ride into 17. And that's the part that we hold going into Spark Wrestling. I hope we see Shawn Michaels. He's reached to Johnny Gargano about a potential WWE return. Asked to reach out that you ever did about returning to World Wrestling the contract expired in December. Not
I'll keep as many busy as I
and not
can.
wrestling since he walked out of NXT. They provided an update on Gargano for WWE.
Looks like
Nope.
you and your friend.
With a reaching out to Johnny Gargano shortly after the change. No details of the conversation had went. What is going on? Shawn Michaels was in contact with Johnny Gargano. Gargano was originally WWE in Cleveland. That did not happen. We did not see Johnny Gargano at the end of Monday Night Raw. We didn't see him with Ciampa. We didn't see him get involved in the United States Championship match. Now, AEW Dynamite, they'll be in Cleveland here in month. I believe the last show before All Out. Now, a lot of people see that Johnny Gargano could possibly show up to that show. I've had some people reach out to me that live in the Cleveland area that have seen Johnny Gargano and have asked him, hey, can I get an
Feeling ready to break out some resistance,
and Johnny Gargano said,
With these weapons, we can
back
finally
up.
fight AIM on a more even footing.
A couple of major
People will
promotions.
take what
You'll
they
definitely
need.
be seeing
Steel's
me
already
at work.
delivering hardware, so our street
Now, I don't know
teams
if he
are
was
armed ASAP.
joking around with these people, but this is what I've seen in my
Glad to be of help.
DMs, people reaching out to me privately via email. Johnny Gargano will be back in the major promotion. I do think he would be back in WWE because I do think that he never wanted to go anywhere. Johnny Gargano never wanted to go. If Johnny Gargano was Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and NXT, he stayed down there for the duration of this movie. He would have never went to the main roster if Vince McMahon was in charge. I don't even score Bruce would have wanted somebody like Johnny Gargano. The only reason why they would
These
want
weapons are
somebody like Johnny
amazing,
Gargano
Cap.
was to fucking
They're
bury
really gonna
him.
make a difference out there.
Glad to be of
Triple
help.
H.
We'll need them if we want to win
But
this
Johnny
war.
Gargano
against
never
AIM.
wanted to leave,
Now,
and
let's go get
that
these people
was
out of
his
those
home.
cells.
Thanks.
And now with
Having
Triple H
humans
running
on
the
display
show,
like that
obviously
is just
Ciampa
wrong.
in good
I bet
hands,
they
and I'm
plan to
sure
release
Johnny
them at
sees
some point
this.
and use their new Adaptoid
That
models
Johnny
to
is going to
save
end up
the
on Monday
city.
night. Johnny end up on Friday. We can see Ciampa run one brand, Johnny roll. I love to see it. Imagine that. Imagine one of these Survivor Series. We get Ciampa. Survivor Series had the same form. I wish Triple H would abolish it, really. Just get it loud, yeah. Tommaso Ciampa is the United States champion. Intercontinental champion. Imagine if Survivor Series is the same format. And they actually win this year, this year, if Johnny wants to make a return. Johnny versus Ciampa at the Survivor Series IC title versus US title.
Okay.
And the
On top
history
side,
that
en
is,
route.
that would be something really fucking special.
Those are Adaptoid
And you
delivery.
know that Triple H would
How many
document
more of them have
everything
been
that
deployed?
those two guys
Excellent question.
have went
Good thing we've commandeered
But that's
some
not
new
the best
weapons.
use of Johnny Gargano. I mentioned this and I'm sticking to my guns. That's just me thinking out loud. Because that feud to me was one of the greatest feuds in WWE history. Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa was perfect.
You're about to have a very
Shawn
bad
Michaels
day.
and Triple H living vicariously through Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. You're never going to see a stretch of matches between two guys that are as good as that. And then you got Morrow on commentary
Even
selling
with
the
the
entire
Avengers
thing.
here, are
God,
we
do I
sure
miss
we can
NXT
handle
Black.
this many AIM units?
God, do I miss
question,
Black
Doc.
and Gold.
Commander Hill, what's your
I do
status?
think Johnny's going to end up on
Team should
Monday
be
Night
with you
Raw.
now.
I do
That
think
answer
that
your
we
question?
need to start
Excellent.
rectifying the
Now,
tag team
just
division.
disable each
Okay.
cell's power source to
And
open them up.
WWE's already in the process.
I'm finished.
Triple H is already in the process of fixing the women's division. Triple H is fixing the women's division. We've seen it on Raw. We've got a lot of work to do on SmackDown. That division isn't
Great
really what
cows,
it needs to
they're
be.
free.
But the tag team division seems
thought
like
you
it's
stood
been
a chance?
1, 2, 3 minor moves from really top tier. And how I would do this is you put Johnny on London Hot Roll, you align him with Ciampa. Obviously, you got to take Ciampa away from the mix. Ciampa and Gargano, you make them a face, you need a DIY night together. Oh my God, they're gonna. He's DIY. You get him back as DIY. And you make them babyface. Then on the same token, you make Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn to a tag team. You got them as a babyface tag team. Yeah, them challenge the Usos at Clash of the Castle, which I think is the direction that they're going. If it doesn't happen at Clash, it's looking something to Clash. You got Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. You got DIY. You got the Usos. Those are the three tag teams that are at the very top of this division, anchoring this division. Then you're gonna have SmackDown. You got the Brutes. You got a mixture of Sheamus, Pete Dunne. That's another story for itself. Butch, Rich Holland. You give them the free bird rule. You got them doing what they fighting vegetables. Here, tweak them a little. Give them. Then you got Rollins. You got a solid group of teams. All that is when the draft happens.
Shit.
Flash the dust. Hope so. That would be a huge fucking change to the overall presentation of the product and really give Triple H a fresh start, legitimately. Because he's done. Draft, you make one title.
Get him, Iron Man.
Thank you kindly.
That felt good.
And you have the and X this question really goes out there. X is why. You show. Well, why aren't the men's tag teams the same way?
My hero.
So why are we doing one and not for the other? And this is minor. I haven't done anything at all to really drastically change much of everything that's it. John's value is going to be. That's his value. You bring him back and that's what you do. Most of these things. Sheamus, Dunn, Rich Holland. Anyone of those guys to be singles. You can have them work singles. You can do singles with them. Johnny Gargano's muscle champion, you can work singles with him. Chad Gable, you can singles with Chad Gable. So, not only are you in the tag team division, with the fucking that makes sense, but half of the fucking teams could be used in solo capacity as well, be used as solo performers. So you're not really pitching a hole in them into the team and only being This is what needs to be done. I spoke. Since 2016. I don't know why we haven't even gotten there. You're not even close. Hopefully Triple H knows what the fuck he's doing, but Johnny Gargano will be back in WWE. When and when, I don't know, but he's gonna be back in the WWE.
Ah, come on. Come on.
I need help.
Cavalry's here.
And what?
Thank you for having my back.
Vince McMahon, Bray Wyatt. I talked about this extensively. I continue to talk about it every time there's a news piece that's out there on the internet. Nothing I'm about to eat is surprising. If you are an OG in the chat, all you need to do is go back and check out Bray Wyatt fired the initial
Now that the gang
day
is all here
of
and these nice
right
people are free,
went live
pay
in front of
his latest adapter
5,000
project.
plus.
Lead the way, Cap.
I love it when we take the fight to AIM.
Tell you is
Careful,
new
Cap.
information.
AIM's pouring in more units, and the bridge leading to your objective would be a great place to bottleneck you.
I think that this is all new. It's nothing about the big team's new information. You already know what I'm about to say. Things about Bray Wyatt.
Targeting you.
I see them, Commander.
McMahon's inner circle started rumors about Bray having a bad attitude. We see Triple H bringing back the science. The biggest name on that list is Bray Wyatt. Is Triple H. Is Paul Levesque going to go out and get Bray Wyatt? Is he going to bring Bray Wyatt? He's going to bring back the Fiend to WWE. I want to make this promo move right now. I don't want to see Bray Wyatt as the Fiend back in WWE. If we get Bray Wyatt, it's going to be a different version of Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt is not going to go back and give you exactly what he was giving us with the Fiend when Vince McMahon was there. If anything, he's going to tie up loose ends, finish the story, and evolve into something completely new. Why would he go back and do something that has already been killed? There's nothing more that we care about when it comes to the Fiend. I honestly think Wyndham would be a mistake. It would be an error if Wyndham brought back. The Fiend was crippled down into nothing The gimmick was killed and embarrassed. It was given to Alexa Bliss. Because that's what they thought of Bray Wyatt. Fuck this guy. He doesn't want to play by our rules. He doesn't want to go by free, which is always systems. Get him out. But Bruce is still there. I don't know why. Why he's still there, I don't know why. They gave it to Alexa Bliss. Oh, you don't want to play by our rules? We're going to influence it. And then we're going to fucking mock it, bury it, and announce it. That's exactly what they did. But Bray Wyatt, I think back in the WWE all on vision for what he's going to be able to bring to the WWE. Instead of coming back and giving us something that the fans, you know, honestly, the way the WWE handled Bray Wyatt and the Fiend, I don't know why anybody would be excited about bringing the Fiend back. After what we saw.
Hey, what's up, beautiful?
Shutting down AIM's latest adaptoid project will show the world they're not invincible.
They'll do their best to spin it and make themselves the victims.
Agreed. But some people will know the truth.
A real
That makes
bath
this all
bomb?
worth it.
Our goal is the top of that
Oh, okay.
Let's make it happen.
Oh, did you upload it already? Alright, I'm gonna have to go look at it. Okay. Oh, hold on, hold on. Oh, man, I was gonna do something in a second. Okay, let's take a look at your reel here.
You have to talk about your business, so I have a business. You talk about your business.
Nice. Let's go ahead and. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's share that.
Aw, you're so sweet. I made it by my phone. Let's talk about your business. Did you know that I hate making bath bombs?
Really? Why?
That's not gonna cut it.
Well, so now I got it, right now. But it's tedious and they're messy, and when you mess up, you gotta start all over.
I know everything. I can't help it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
This isn't good. I'm down.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'm in trouble here. In some trouble here.
Yeah.
Your knight in
Yeah.
high-tech armor is here.
Thank you kindly.
Really?
Take
How's that?
Guardian
Oh.
down.
I see. See, just the bath salts. Shit, right?
Their defenses are down. Let's get in there and finish this.
Yeah. 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 Because, I mean, yeah, it's probably just it messes with stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's not great.
We worked hard for this shot, people. Be ready for anything.
Picking up a lot of AIM activity on the top floor.
I'm counting on it.
Well, you know,
AIM
people like
appears
these
to
ones
have
on the side.
mobilized a group of modified adaptoids. Beware.
I know, like my ex would always use the Epsom salts and stuff. So she liked to use that shit. Or we would buy the
Together we can beat them. Just
I forgot what they're called. It's the Dead Sea salt. You get that a lot too. That shit was fucking expensive though. And we'd have to get that, you know, you'd have to find someone who sold it. So we find the little happy dudes in the mall. That sold that shit. That's how we used to do it. But damn, this shit was fucking crazy. I did not look for it when you can sell. Can you just, but this shit's kind of expensive, yo. Consistency. And you gotta be consistent with that. Just keep on trucking. Probably to it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I'm just playing this way.
Great work, junk.
Sure.
We did it.
We got lucky.
No. We worked together and got the job done.
Damn right we did.
Okay.
AIM wants the world to believe we're the
Yeah.
bad guys.
Stuff with your
That the
products.
Avengers,
Making sure everything
ChiLL, and the
works
Resistance are here to
like it's
do
supposed
harm.
to.
But some people already suspect the truth. AIM seeks to take,
You'll
not
get
give.
some. I mean,
And
you've
their
already sold
adaptoids are
stuff.
here to
I mean,
control, not
who
help.
knows? You still sold
We
it.
need
They've
to do
not had any
everything we
complaints.
can
So,
to spread the word and let folks know they're not alone.
yeah.
It won't be
People
easy.
like the stuff.
Maybe
you,
not.
You do good work.
But we've got the truth
Be
on our
confident.
side.
You do good work.
And I like to believe that still counts for something.
Huh?
And now we've got each other.
What do you say?
Nah, don't think like that. You already sold this stuff before. That proves that people like your stuff. Confident in your work. Okay? Yeah. Stuff was good. I wouldn't say that if I didn't know.
Together, we just gave the world a glimpse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Cool. Got it. Should be on Crunchyroll. Huh. Yeah. You're gonna have to download the app onto the television. There should be like a little app thing that you can put apps onto the TV with. What's up? Oh, your job? Oh, is is it good? Yeah. I I didn't know he had any movies he was doing recently. Okay, cool. I mean, not weekend. You're definitely going to be doing that for a few months, filming a film. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's uh he's quite the mogul. I say it. You just download it on the Xbox, watch it with that. Not bad. Instead of smelling like dog or fart. I feel attacked. You ain't doing shit, so just come by. Yeah, I might come by a little later, okay? I mean, I do, but you know. Yeah, I'll come by a little later though. Alright. Alright.
If anything, I'd love you to be. I love the year of World War I. I love Swamp, Wyatt Family, Greenwald. That was good. That was good day. Love that. Love everything. Love the gimmicks. The way he spoke. A lot of people say, oh, Priest is a pro wrestler. People tell me that Priest is a pro wrestler. The fuck do you watch? What did you watch? You watch somebody that was demoralized by Vince McMahon's preacher. You watch somebody that was creative and had vision. Killed. Told that his vision wasn't it. That you gotta listen to his vision. And what you into what was the lack of wrestling that you got in the thing. It's coming the fucking expressions and the fucking immune character that he played in perfect stitching. This is construction. This is all WWE created. Lack of wrestling ability had nothing to do with Bray Wyatt's inability to wrestle. In fact, I just 14 match. I got to the Royal Rumble, and then I want you to come to this fucking over. Which was ultimately when they see time anyway. Reporting details after internal gauging interest from WWE higher ups and staff in town. One star stated, you can tell by last with Bray Wyatt as he didn't like him personally, would shout derogatory things at Wyatt about him. So he didn't like Bray Wyatt personally. Why didn't he like Bray Wyatt personally? What was so bad about Bray Wyatt personally that he took issue with him? Maybe it seemed that his favor with him. Maybe women in his favor. There were some sensitivities. Was he punished? It's not possibly. Won't be the first time WWE was. But he didn't like Bray Wyatt. He didn't like Bray Wyatt. Why? I don't know why. Was he destructive? Was he somebody that needs management at all? I don't see him coming off as that type of person. I don't. Now, if you bring him to a point where you are going to do what you do and push him to that limit, yes, I can see anybody. That type of person, bad, destructive, defensive. I can see anybody be that way. But Vince McMahon is never leave. So he didn't like Bray Wyatt. They were done with him. You could see they were done with him the way that they booked the entire fucking Fiend character. You could tell that they were done with him basically around the time he did that fucking god-awful swamp match with Braun Strowman. No fucking one as to how to progress. A Braun Strowman Bray Wyatt feud lasted 4 fucking months. Yes, they were in the middle of a pandemic, but 4 months when he goes, does everything and that transforms himself into the era world's Bray Wyatt. And then he goes into SummerSlam, he loses the fucking championship to Roman Reigns, who knows the entire fucking match that Strowman made it a triple threat match. In Saudi Arabia, which is now picked by Bill Goldberg. That's what we've done. Follow that. Just cherry on top of the fucking bullshit stuff that they bring up and bring in with Bray Wyatt. But darn this, Baby Wyatt. From the as soon as I embraced 3 times, Bray was dead. He never recovered. Everything that a waste of time. They just added on top of the fucking embarrassment every single time they put it in something.
Claude just took over a piece of Wakandan technology.
Storyline that
You need to
had
get
no
them now.
fucking ending in sight. They didn't know what to fuck. It was just you could tell it wasn't even right. It wasn't even none of this was his idea.
Up, heads up.
This was all with Alexa and Randy Orton, the fucking music and the fireballs. This was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. And then this culminated in WrestleMania was supposed to be Randy Orton, but look, people were confused at the end of that WrestleMania match. Why did Bray Wyatt lose? It was supposed to be him winning with all that we saw. It was supposed to be Randy. No. That's when he was finished. He quit. It took him off television, never to be turned up. Once they said that he did that because why push the creative? Called things that were bad.
Oh, Spider-Man load screen.
Over a piece of Wakandan technology. You need to get them now.
Imagine going. Imagine you.
I call dibs on all of us.
Concepts about
Stay close to the terminal and keep close forces away from me.
of your career. Everything. You killed us, right? Right? I'll do it. We'll do it my way. WWE had this Bray Wyatt just. It was, you know. SummerSlam, the entrance and the fucking in that fucking somebody
Right, I'm inside the terminal. Starting the proximity hack now.
mesmerized. The entrance, the music, the fucking lighting, everything about it. About Bray to win.
I'm sure.
At WrestleMania against Randy Orton was about that giant toy box. It was night and day. So of course you would have a fucking bad attitude. You took his creation that was all fucking some fucking gimmick and get into a lot. Basically. And then you want him to sit there and say, yeah, this is the way to go about it.
The battle is far from over, vermin.
Almost there. Just hold on a little longer.
You watch the step fully retired. Thank Christ. I've been pinpoint fucking that's WWE happened every single fucking week. Every single week did so every
time
week
Glock
on the
puts
pod.
his nose into a Wakandan machine, we
Nobody
learn another way to keep him out.
Fuck off. Bad
Spotted
attitude.
a claw patrol doing fuck knows what. Sending you the location.
Was he passionate about something, and then you want to call him and label him with a bad attitude because he didn't like what you were doing with his Swipe Bray Wyatt coming back to WWE. You'd see a better Bray Wyatt, a bigger Bray Wyatt, a more creative Bray Wyatt. He's never going to be able to operate in a Vince McMahon. Not with the trolling fucking Vince McMahon circus behind him. No way. Jimmy had a bad attitude because he was become creative. Oh, my God. Was he going out there with drugs? Was he going out there fucking partying every night, shrunk like Jeff Hardy does to work? Is he going to fucking drugs? Is he going to drugs? No, but to create, tell stories. But that's not the Vince McMahon. He's got a bad attitude. Connected. That attitude came from those who worked directly with Vince McMahon. Bruce Pritchard, Kevin Dunn, John Laurinaitis, Ed Cosby, all these fucking geeks, all these glorified fucking yes men that do nothing but fucking suck Vince's dick. This narrative came from all who worked directly with McMahon. So, they talk to why he came up with a bad attitude. They were close. It's bad attitude. Bad attitude with Vince, he fucking screamed his out. It's the type of people, folks, and every point on this types of people on his team. If there was a simple stuff about creative and he wanted something to his movie, very adamant about it in the most respectful way. These people listen to him.
Another patrol down. When will they learn?
The way so as far as cursing or yelling or Bruce and then Cosby and all these people that he wants this done. This is the way he sees the vision for Snapper. Bruce would take this, Ed Cosby would take this, no Nice would take this, and go back to Vince people.
Hey,
If
you
Brooke
fought
Wyatt
well. You might even deserve a break. Not that Claw is likely to give you
because they
one.
want to look good in
Just
front of
making sure you know you earned one.
to them. He's going to take them up with Bray. What's Bray going to do when Vince goes to him? He's going to get everybody up. But that's not wanted something from Bray. Bray was not willing to give it. That's what happens. And that's what happened here. So no matter what was said, the narrative about him having a bad attitude, he could be the nicest fucking guy talking to the greats. This is what I want, this is the vision I got. You go back to Vince, he's wouldn't know what the fucking he yelled at me and this and that. What? You're gonna believe what? What's that dude to be in his good grace? What a bullshit environment. Thank God he's gone. This is why I say Bruce needs to go. There were also several other instances of leaders starting with the down circle to ease the heat off of WWE for releasing him. So they released him. WWE released him. You know they got a lot on themselves. The leaders chanting Wyndham, Wyatt, we want Wyatt, we want people dressing as the Fiend signs being taken away, people dressed as the Fiend being taken off camera and moved somewhere else so that they're not getting off. They wanted nothing to do with him and his likeness. The program. Why? Because they knew they were wrong. Brought down on them. And then when the reports came out, obviously, justifiable reason as to why they let this guy go. This guy was the biggest money maker in the fucking company. He was obviously one of the top popular, he was probably more popular than Roman Reigns, anybody else in that company. So look at the merchandise sales of Bray Wyatt on the WWE roster. It's really easy. One. We're laterally taking Bray Wyatt like this on. It's like he was.
You hear all that? Just.
How did you come to release someone like that and find some fucking way to stop? That's actually the most popular guy been with the character he created. He was fired, and then WWE wants to go out there and Schultz used to get a bad attitude. Yeah, he was overweight. Yeah, he had mental problems, or he was depressed. He needed to take time off to go ease his mind, become a little bit more undepressed. You heard it all.
Destroying that station hits aim where they live.
The bullshit
If they
that
lose
came
that
out
much
when
in
he
human
was
DNA,
released
throws
was
a major wrench into Monica's precious
ridiculous.
experiments. My
So,
team's leader, Theo, is an
obviously,
inhuman
most of these things were
teleporter.
debunked.
He's smart, but
We saw pictures of
impulsive.
Wyndham. He looked great.
I'm worried he's let his people
And
into
then
a
he even
trap.
came out and said, yeah, he was, people said that he was depressed. He wasn't depressed. The only reason why he was
Marking the
depressed is because he lost one of his fucking best friends in life.
It appears to be actively blocking local ultra-high frequency radio transmissions, which might explain the lack of comms.
The Resistance doesn't use fancy Avenger radio tech. That's all the more reason to take the station out.
Yeah, but they want to and report that he has mental problems. He's the police. He needs to go home and have personal grieving.
Hopefully, the Resistance team simply got a little lost.
This company under Vince McMahon, they're fucking sick. They're sick fucking me. This would not be understand. I don't get it.
Up ahead.
Wanna see this and that's no. It was not
The station's not far. Keep an
You're
eye
no
out for my people.
business. Firing somebody. Like that didn't. Oh, he was too much money. Fine. Who's this? Is that Wyndham's fault?
Blocking the hypercircuit station.
When AEW hit the scene, WWE.
It appears to be actively blocking local ultra-high-frequency radio transmissions, which might
Whose fault
explain
is
the
that?
lack of comms.
The Resistance doesn't use fancy Avenger radio tech.
You
That's
got
all
no
the more
fucking
reason to
brother
take
bringing
the
it
station
down.
out. The AIM equipment store.
3 million per case.
Investigated.
You got problem. To pay 3 million.
So
Turns out the inhuman DNA the Avengers helped
I'm
was
like,
somehow
we
rendered inert
downloading
by
it?
AIM. If the
The
Resistance can't
Xbox?
use it, we'll just destroy any shipments we find.
That would indeed slow down Dr. Rappaccini's experiments.
There it is. A vital link in AIM's transport chain.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was doing.
We're gonna fire Wyndham. Fuck out of here. What this is? It's like a fucking AJ Styles got a bigger contract because AEW existed.
Nothing.
Wyndham got a bigger contract because AEW existed. Braun Strowman got a bigger contract because AEW existed. Everybody got contracts because AEW exists. WWE and then box your ass to AEW when they were signing everybody to was on their television show.
Damn it. There's no
Wyndham
sign
was
of
a
Theo and the others. Take out
Whose
the
fault is
station.
that? It's not Wyndham's
It
fault.
also frees
It's
the
WWE's
airways
fault.
from
Then you want to place the blame on
One
who's
song.
making
Blocking
too
the
much fucking money.
transformers we need to destroy.
Why did you give him all the money that he was making? Because of your fucking scared nature. Because you were feeling the heat when they killed you. Do something you did. AEW being on the scene. Backed by a multi-billionaire who has just as much money to play around with than Vince McMahon. Instead, you hookers. And NDAing everybody. There was frustration at WrestleMania 37 after months of a very important Bray Wyatt story, which saw the finish of the match be changed the day before. Imagine being Wyndham going into WrestleMania. Yeah, I'm going to win this one. Yeah, we're going to do this. Imagine all of that being changed the day before. But no, he's got a bad attitude. Yeah, but he's depressed. Off his best friend. Then you want to treat him like shit and have all this fucking doubt cast over him. Of course they do.
Chin up, Avengers. We can still bounce back.
Just killing this man right before your very eyes.
You did it. The entrance is open. Wish I had the guts to raid AIM like that.
Before corrupting and killing his passion for creativity. Every single fucking time, and that's exactly what they did. He was supposed to win against Randy Orton at 37. and he ended up losing. And what was one of the worst matches in so many years. So that was changed the day before. One person who worked on the match noted that no one knew what was going on along the journey of the storyline. People think McMahon took upon himself to write the story with Bruce Pritchard and left out the biggest proponent of the story, Wyndham. Everybody's supposed to know where it's going. When it's being run by firing now. Orton was supposed to lose. However, that was reversed with Wyatt taking time off and wasn't brought back before he got released. The report noted that there was never a long-term plan by Vince McMahon's regime for the resolution of the story, which frustrated those involved, as it was heavily featured on television. They didn't have an ending in line with the story. They didn't have any ending in line. We got a fucking Inferno match. We got Bray Wyatt being burned. We got the burn coming to television.
What the fuck?
Balls every quarter and doing fucking central energy on WWE side of the dome of fucking shit. They had a fucking blast. Right? Johnny fucking people this shit were it was one person who Bray Wyatt said, I'm his name brought up. And I don't know if you could feel better about coming now if we're him. Yeah, all this is changing. All this is changing. Now the wrestler stated that the team was created because if a top guy like Wyatt got fired, no one was going to feel safe. So look, they used it as a way. They weaponized it. They weaponized Bray Wyatt's release to instill the rest of the lot, just to get the point across. Don't cross the boss. You got a problem with creative? Fuck off. They fired the most creative entity in that entire company that is in here. So weaponize the rules and instill fear in the rest of the lot, because if I don't he was never legendized by the
hopefully, with the station out of commission, we'll be able to contact Theo and his team.
Anybody is at risk of losing their job. It's a fuck on this moment. They weaponized Bray Wyatt's release from the company. They used it as a way to make that locker room fill with fear. They filled that entire locker room with fear. Specific relationship with Triple H is unknown. Still, several people have stated it's a clean slate because if Triple H thinks the talent can help the company or make money, most of these larger whatever issues they had with Vince out the window for the sake of creating a better shot. And that's exactly what Triple H is going to do. That's exactly what Triple H is going to do. And we've seen it. He Rose going to make SmackDown's tag team division better. Dexter Lumis adds depth and story to Monday Night Raw. Jimmy Crosby is a main event level performer to the SmackDown roster. And more to come. Johnny Gargano coming in. There's another tag team waiting in the wings.
These guys never learn.
They are going to help everything that this company is in dire need of. That's what he's doing. Wyndham. He's not going to be making the money that he was. He's going to certainly pay. But WWE is going to pay him what they can right now. And if they pay him handsomely, not as much as he was making, and gives him creative freedom to tell the stories that he wants to tell, obviously overseen by Triple H, who's head of creative, he's going to allow someone like Wyndham to work. He's not going to go the same way that Vince McMahon did.
Jesus, man, come on.
But I'm sure Triple H knows exactly what this man has been through. So they have a commonality there. They have common ground there. Let them work. Everybody knows what a Bray and what you are a character degree as in television is going to make the company better and make the company money. That's all Triple H wants. And on top of that, he's going to use it as a statement. You fired this guy, I'm going to make you better. So that statement that Triple H is waiting to really get out there, as far as, yeah, I'm doing That's always going to be there. And we've seen that multiple times throughout the 3 weeks that Triple H has been leading creative. One person who worked heavily with Bray said, I can't speak for him, but I
Hyperstatic
know
station is out of
Thanks.
commission.
All
I
right.
repeat, we are under heavy fire from AIM forces.
Vince McMahon's not
Requesting
there.
assistance. We
How
read
could
you,
you
CO.
feel
Sending
anything
assistance
but
now. Hold on.
fucking great
Oh,
about it?
thank God.
Several
Understood.
pro wrestlers
We'll do our
said
best.
they happily
Our
go to
theory
that
was correct. The
but
station
don't
was
believe
blocking
he's
the
going to
team's
need it to
transmission.
get brought back.
I have their
People at
coordinates.
WrestleCon
Theo,
noted it didn't
what the
seem
hell
like Wyatt
happened?
shut
We
the door
discovered AIM
on the
holding humans in
idea
a research
of
facility
returning to
nearby and decided to
WWE.
break them out
It was
before
also
they
noted
moved.
that it's been
Trouble
going
is,
to
a large AIM
Impact
patrol
Wrestling.
spotted us.
Those
And
close
now
to
we're
Wyatt
losing
started
rescuing.
to
Hang
get
tight.
quiet
Help is
when
on the
reaching
way.
out to them about what's going on with Wyatt and his fusion. His name has at least been pitched for return with the creative, but that doesn't mean he's returning because many names have been pitched within creative since Triple H has taken over. Fightful Select also reported that WWE higher-ups believe the company is looking more likely to get Wyatt back. And Mike Rotunda is father.
Doc,
This
you
is
sent the
Bray
Avengers
and
to
Bo
save us?
Dallas' father.
Nothing but the
Former IRS, one of my favorites of all
Is your
time.
team able to fight?
He said that they're not done in the wrestling business. He says, and I quote,
Very sorry.
they're definitely not Big B. No, this was his last name. He says, Mike. I don't know. They kind of got their own foot going in and doing a couple of different things, trying to see what's available. So, you know, maybe you won't. I don't know you. But I don't want to speak for them either because I know they're trying to reach out and get some different things going. John Cena shared 2 Instagram posts related to Wyatt, and you know when John Cena Instagrams something that more than likely is insinuating to the fans that something may be on the horizon. And then Wyatt's long message on Twitter last week where he wrote about his future.
Disappear.
He had to go out on social media and claim his possible future. He was just letting people know. Wyatt claimed that it was not his intentions until his next move. You didn't see anything from Wyatt. No, he's just going to show up. So, what I have to say about all this is basically the same thing that I said back when he got released. Nothing's really changed. But now more and more and more stories like this are coming. Bray Wyatt working under Triple H is going to be a lot different than working under Vince. And I said this weeks ago, months ago, when Bray Wyatt's name started to pop up again. Everybody thought he was going to AEW. How many people can AEW sneak in and then not feature on television? I don't want to see Bray come in and then be featured like Malachi Black. Malachi was somebody that made a big splash on TV and then seemingly just disappeared. After his feud with Cody, he disappeared. I don't want to see that happen for women. That's only going to bring in negativity to AEW, and they got enough negativity going on about its own company right now. They're not doing everything right. Neither is WWE. But when they're going to AEW, I think would create more unrest. And it would magnify AEW more so than they're magnified right now. I don't know when he was going to go and start a brand new company and a new role. I think he's going to go back for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. Because this is where his character has pretty much resided most of his career on the main roster. We saw Peter World's Bray Wyatt, and we saw the feud. He's going to go back to WWE television to either continue the use of forward in the past administration, or take the ending of what we saw with the feed and create a completely new vision. He doesn't want to do that somewhere. This is just talk. This is just me, from what I see. He doesn't want to go somewhere and start brand new with a new vision. He wants to finish what he started, and then do something. Where
Ahead
he
while
did,
the Avengers find a
not
way in.
somewhere else.
See you on the inside, Avengers.
And obviously he wants to go back and prove everybody wrong.
Feels good
that
to
part
take
of
the fight
somebody.
to aim like this.
And
Indeed.
I love that.
Marking the entrance
I
on
love
your
seeing
HUD.
that. I love being a part of it myself. I love seeing and living vicariously through someone else. When he has been done so wrong, and when someone, doesn't even have to be him, when someone is done so wrong by an individual or a party of individuals,
Access it.
and he has the opportunity to either go back and work for those individuals and prove them wrong, or in this case, go back to WWE and show everybody how great he really is and why he was held back because Vince McMahon didn't allow him to break free.
Those are the bad guys.
I love that. Him going back there to be creatively free and prove everybody wrong, all that former administration wrong, is such a beautiful thing. It is such a natural high. And I can speak from experience, not only for yourself, but watching it as well. To watch it
Ah, I'm misplaying as Peter.
is fucking tremendous. I love it. So I do think he's going back to WWE. When? I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I did. When? Where? How? I don't know. If I was to really gauge on some, I would say probably closer to home. We're not done with the ritual. And Triple H is not done by a long shot. He's been reported in the last week. He's not done by a long shot. You will continue to see returns and surprises.
I'm almost in. Hold the fort.
I'm going to say around October.
My power has no limit.
I do think we see wins in WWE. And I wish him nothing but the best. And believe me, I'll be sitting here fucking living vicariously through yours. I'm sure all you got to be back on television and do things the right way and prove everybody wrong. Let's check the chat. Let me see what I got going on here, guys. I got... First of all, let me put on some music. 2,700 people. We got 9 new members tonight, man. Shout out to all my new members. We're at 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes. Headed towards 1,100. Guys. 1,100 is in the middle. Actually, no, not 1,100. We're on our way to 1,500 is in the middle. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, but 1,500 is in the middle. Hit that thumbs up if you guys have not done so yet. Super chats are open. You guys are going to get them on in. And we're going to hang out at the end of the show. Tonight's sponsored by Manscaped. Manscaped.com. Remember, Manscaped.com. Code SCRIPT20 to check out for 20% off and free international shipping. As always, I want to thank Manscaped for sponsoring the show right here on OTS. We got WWE 2K23 officially confirmed by 2K with a release date window with the game possibly revealed. The release of WWE 2K22 was a rebranding of the WWE 2K series. And it saw a 44% increase in their goal. It was also officially announced this week that WWE 2K23 is in the works, with the title being listed for a release in 2023. Around, I would say, the same time that this past title was released in March. Brandon Thurston of WrestleDomics pointed out that Take-Two Interactive's fiscal year ends on March 31st, meaning that the next WWE 2K release will hit shelves before that. WWE 2K22 was released on March 8th, so it would make sense that the next game in the series dropped in spring of 2023, 1 year later. Previous WWE 2K games have been released in the fall, so it is still possible but unlikely that WWE 2K23 could be available before the holidays. AEW recently shed a teaser and shared new screenshots of its Fight Forever console games from THQ Nordic/Unix. And that has a placeholder date of December 31st, 2022, but I honestly do think that the game was announced possibly for February or March, around the same time as 2K23 next year. I don't really understand why we're releasing another game only a year later. This is the problem with these videos. Call of Duty every year, Madden every year, NBA fucking 2K every year, and nothing changed. They hyped up 2K22, WWE 2K22 to be the best looking WWE game of all time. So what are they going to do to enhance what they did here?
We got company.
This is why I don't get it. What are you going to do differently as far as graphics in 2K23? What are you going to do differently as far as a career mode in 2K23. That is going to be vastly different from what we saw in 2K22. It's
Access
always the
each
same shit.
individual
Oh, I
site's
gotta go
force
through
field
NXT. I
generators
gotta
using the
start off as a
control room
rookie
computer.
upstart. I
Then
gotta
destroy them
go
when
to
they're
the main
exposed.
roster.
I'll teleport prisoners
I gotta
out
go
as
to
soon as they're free.
SmackDown. I gotta go to League. How many different times can you play the
I
same
don't even
fucking
want to think
story
about
and
what
then
Monica
end
planned to do with these
to pay
people.
$60 to play the same fucking game that you played not only a year ago? It's ridiculous.
You're finished.
Instead of taking the core game, building upon the core game, adding new modes, adding new matches, adding new roster, after the roster continually updated, fixing what's in the fucking. I don't get it. The video game industry has become greedy, money, hungry, fucking savages. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I think people would have more respect for the fucking companies if they did what I just said. Instead of releasing the same fucking, what you guys are getting next year is the same fucking game. Well, you'll live that fight forever. It's gonna look different, it's gonna feel different. It's not gonna be a fucking yearly release. It's gonna be add-ons, matches, roster. I don't get it. I never understood.
Great work. You exposed that cell's generators.
Raw rating is in for Triple H in Week 2.
Running.
WrestleNomics released the viewership information for August 8th episode of Monday Night Raw. And this week's program averaged 8.957. This is down 12% from last week. Key demographic experienced the same percentage drop as this week's episode. An average of 700,000 viewers aged to 49 tuned in, giving Raw a 0.5 or 18 to 49
Great work. You
rating.
exposed that cell's
And while
generators.
viewership may not be as big as it was 1 week ago,
Are you fucking serious? Come on.
Raw still did come in at number 1 for the cable nights, and number 2 in broadcast primetime for the league. The only program that beat it out was The Bachelorette on 0.75 rating. This is what I said last week. You know, everybody was touting the 2.2 the show did, 1 week ago. And everybody's like, oh, it's turning the corner. Now, they're turning the corner for the shows are booked differently and the shows flow differently. I get it. But the ratings, it's not going to be one week, going to be shouting from the mountaintops. It's going to be something that's going to have a gradual feel for you. You got to take week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, and average the rate and see the dips in the rating and see the highs in the rate. It's not going to be every week 1 where claiming success.
Now accessible.
This is what the geeks are. So we'll look at and then the others all did beat. You did beat Triple H instead. The shows are vastly different. Creatively, feel-wise.
Power down the force field. Theo, access the cell.
Again, that's what you're paying attention to. The ratings are going to go up, the ratings are going to go down. But the ratings from Monday Night Raw are a lot better here
Target the cell's
than they
generators.
were in the fixed. 1-7. Triple H is averaging 1 million up to 2. Next, they said the most averaging rarely in a 2 this year. So that if you did 7, it's a fucking success.
Jesus.
And you
Hey, what's up, lady? What's going on? Yeah. Well, yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
generators.
Right. Yeah.
Theo, work your magic. Well done.
Right.
The cell's generators are vulnerable.
Yeah. Right.
Have you met?
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
There's enough of me to go around.
Well done. The cell's generators are vulnerable.
Ooh. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah.
That's all of them. You went above and beyond today, Avengers.
Jesus.
The Resistance thanks you, and I thank you. You saved a lot of people today.
Yeah.
But it looks like AIM's using Inhumans as lab rats at a rate we hadn't imagined. We need to find all of them and shut this sick project down for good.
Yeah. Yeah. That is wild. Yeah. No, I'm off. Yeah, I'm off on Wednesday. I'm just chilling at the crib. Chilling at the crib till a little later. I'll go hang out. Shit. I'm just enjoying some alone time at the house. Not peopling right now. You know? Yeah. Just, I can feel it trying to go out. Sleep good? Huh? Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're out back, folks. Okay, we're back.
What's going on? Triple H is spoken to. Many fans did the name change from Hypernyp to Deltra, and they were concerned with their whole presentation under Vince McMahon. No shit. No shit. Triple H is in charge now, and he's making several changes to the product, and some fans are hoping that she can get a change in the future. Same thing goes for Peter Doolin, aka While speaking with Inside the Ropes, Deltra revealed that she has talked with Triple H about a potential thing. She says, and I quote, I'll give 100% full transparency about it. We did have a conversation about it. We did have a conversation because here's the thing. Before Triple H's vision. So it's like, what's your vision? And where do you see this going? Are you open to ideas? For me, I would just like to make steps going forward with my character. Like, she said when her character was given the name, she didn't initially know what to do with it. And it took her a long time to get comfortable with the character. Now that Triple H has come on board, I kind of just want to get more feel of who I'm supposed to be and what the options would be as far as the facets of that character. Or maybe even so we'll see as I see it's exciting. And Doudrop also knew that Triple H had been receptive to all of her ideas. She said she understands that a lot of wrestlers who like to change made to their character, so she will remain patient and see what is in store for her character. Now, it should be very easy to go from Doudrop, which is just a very objective, very negative name. It is simply calling as, yeah, you're not important, and you're an embarrassment, so we'll give you this ridiculous fucking name that we have no fucking vision. They did not get her started off on the right foot. Paired up with Evil. That would Evil Marie, thank God, it's her job. Not exactly what we need in the women's division is Evil Marie. But now that she's not there anymore, she was really a lackey for Evil Marie. I don't even know why we're going with the Doudrop character. You can see where their talents. They had nothing planned for Evil Marie when she unveiled Doudrop. And then when Evil Marie was fired, WWE didn't give a rat's ass about even anything remotely close to a vision for Doudrop. No name change, no storyline. I believe there was a storyline not too long ago where she was trying to snap Nikki Ash, out of this fucking superhero gimmick. All of a sudden, they dropped it like this. They were supposed to go heel. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever came of it. Maybe Vince McMahon's dimension came into play and he forgot what the fuck was going on. Maybe he forgot that he booked that set. Yes, she needs a name change.
Jesus.
Just like Butch needs a name change. Butch. Who the fuck is Butch? Who's Butch? In the fucking neighborhood, riding this motorcycle around in the summer, having some fucking old man complex. Ridiculous. Who's Butch? He's never going to be named anything with the name Butch. Doudrop knows that as well. You ain't getting no spots on you with it. Doudrop.
Damn.
It should be very easy. Nikki Ash and Doudrop should be together.
Bro.
She should snap Nikki fucking bullshit book character, and Nikki Ash, once she understands, she should do the same thing for Doudrop. You aren't who you used to be. I think we need the old thing. Yeah, I'm dropping this thing.
What the fuck? Huh?
Jeez. Will it happen? The same thing with Butch. I don't know if this is the case or not. You could get the storyline with Sheamus. Sheamus is calling him Butch. What's his real name? Butch, isn't it? Given to him by Sheamus. All he has to do is get Sheamus. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, frustration. Listen. Butch, done. Drop the shtick, go on his own. He's on SmackDown, too. Don't you guys want to see who he done is? I know I do. Especially with Gunther as the Intercontinental Champion. I think Butch is a waste of my fucking time. You put Pete Dunne on SmackDown.
Bruh, come on, dude.
Ricochet,
Christ, man.
Gunther, Shinsuke Nakamura, Madcap Moss. Look at what you do there. You take Pete Dunne up in his fucking push character, give it and you solidify the big part that you're going to put something, you know, make 1 or 2 parts of real top fucking competition there. Just know why this hasn't been done. I don't. But it should be. And I hope that it is. I hope that is in the plans for both Bill Drop and Pete Dunne. Cody Rhodes, the latest on his WWE absence, following confusion about his possible in-ring return. Apparently, people think Cody Rhodes is going to show up a week from Monday in Toronto for Monday Night Raw. Rhodes has been in the since June, tearing his pec muscle completely off the bone. After wrestling with this injury at Hell in a Cell against Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes was written completely off TV after Rollins attacked him the following night on Monday. Per Dave Meltzer.
Oh no.
There have been no complications in Cody Rhodes' rehab following the surgery. It's also noted that WWE is working on documentaries in both Cody Rhodes and the American Dream, Dustin Rhodes. Although WWE misrepresented Rhodes was suspected to be out of action for 9 months, an upcoming WWE venue was potentially spoiled Cody Rhodes' in-ring return. Cody Rhodes recently provided his own update on his recovery during the San Diego Comic-Con, and you know, Cody Rhodes is saying, yeah, they're not really giving me a timetable on his return or on my return. You know, they're telling me 9 months. I'm going to see if I can cheat that. Cody Rhodes is not going to really give you an answer when he's coming back. And the venue that apparently spoiled his return to the ring, they probably weren't updated as to when Cody Rhodes was injured. They may be thinking that Cody Rhodes is still on the active roster and they can get the updated line sheet or the updated graphics for promoting this show. So, for everybody thinking that, oh, this venue spoiled Cody Rhodes' return, they don't have any updated flights. And if they do, they're trying to sell that Cody Rhodes may be there to sell tickets to the show. Because that's all that this is. It's the same thing every time.
We'll need to take control.
Oh, wow.
They don't really get it. They promote Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes not going to be there. But the fucking casual fan that shows up to these shows, hey, Cody Rhodes is going to be back. Let me take the fucking fan. WWE's now bringing back Cody Rhodes until these documentaries air on his road to recovery. He will be in the royalty. He will be back, ready to go by October, November, the latest. They will hold him off TV until the war.
That's just funny as fuck.
Maybe Triple H doesn't. He's back on one run. But I honestly think it would kind of ruin everything. Outside that part, he shows up in the Royal Rumble, and that's the first time you see him. Yeah. I think if he's on TV, I think people are just kind of going to associate that. Oh yeah, he's going to be a top tier guy. He's going to go into the Rumble or win the Rumble. I'd rather him be a surprise in the Rumble with not being back on television instead of him being back on television for 2 months and then going into the Rumble. I would do it completely as a surprise. But WWE's claiming 9 months. He'll be back by October. Shawn Michaels has put to rest the rumors surrounding who really is running NXT towards the end of the year and into this year. This was the end of 2021 into 2022. Basically since the start of NXT 2.0. Michaels began working at the Performance Center back in 2017. He returned to the ring for one last match at Crown Jewel in 2018, which was absolutely fucking embarrassing. Not for Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels looked good. But everybody else in that match, no. This was against Kane and The Undertaker. Michaels retired from in-ring action for good. Soon after that, he joined the NXT brand as a writer and producer. He worked his way up to be second in command under Paul Levesque. Shawn Michaels was the #2 man running Black and Gold. Michaels initially took over the show after Levesque. Took over the show. After Levesque suffered from a cardiac event in late August last year, Levesque was obviously, recuperating at home, underwent heart surgery, took several months off. He returned to his duties at the Performance Center in NXT back in June. Now, we don't really know if that's the case, but he went to the Performance Center in June and claimed to the roster that he was back. Whatever the fuck that meant at the time he said it, I don't know. Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard were reportedly the ones responsible for producing NXT at the time in his absence since the start of 2.0. And that is it. That was the case, and it still is the case now with Bruce Pritchard. In addition to handling the big picture aspects such as marketing, promotion, and direction of the show. Shawn Michaels says this, and I when Hunter left, and it became all me, and certainly from a television standpoint, Michaels said this with Bleacher Report, by the way. And this is where they should is what I call bullshit. Bleacher Report, obviously they got to tie in with WWE. They can't ever say anything bad about WWE. So I'm going to expose them right now. Matt Bloom is the head coach and takes care of everything from a PC training standpoint. But when it comes to NXT 2.0, that's something myself and my team took over and created. I know a lot of people thought and Brooks were doing that. Even Brooks, they did not have the team to do NXT television. If it's good or bad, it's all on me.
Oh, Sean being the good soldier. Good shit, John.
This is a fucking me. Man, it's all on me. Michael says that it's been a great show. All the talent on the show. It's been a fantastic experience. ChiLL. Shawn Michaels' #1 fucking thing now, #1 priority. ChiLL. The new bosses. Again, everyone was in a real tough situation. We all were. But that's where you learn to do things. That is a form of tech. Which is how it's changed. Around here, just the show always goes on. I wish it did. Especially on Tuesday nights. Shawn Michaels is a complete bullshit. And Bleacher Report should be ashamed for putting this fucking report out. Shawn Michaels is not running NXT. He never ran NXT. The only thing he ran was NXT UK. When Triple H asked him to go on that fucking show because all of them couldn't do it. NXT was at its both and maintain the NXT ethics. He's got NXT Black and Gold. He said Shawn Michaels was about what NXT should be. Sent him over there, and NXT UK was fucking great. In some sense, it still is okay. I'm trying to shit out there. But it's not as bad as 2.0. Each report should be ashamed of this report going out. And Shawn Michaels is a bullshit artist. He says NXT, they didn't have time to do NXT television. They didn't have time to do NXT television. But they certainly made the time to go visit the fucking Performance Center and Johnny and Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard. It only took 2 months to be fucking they didn't have time to be against them, but they didn't have any fucking time to go in there and kill it. Triple H created. They went in there and they fucking rapid fired this one, that one, this one. Changed the direction of the show. No, but they don't have time to run NXT television. They certainly made enough time to go down there and fucking get out of here. How this report even made the fucking websites is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The fact that he said this, I'm not surprised. You guys know how I am, and you guys know what I've said about this. I don't want to sound like a broken record. Shawn Michaels is a bullshit artist. NXT is being run by Bruce Prichard. NXT is Bruce Prichard. Nothing about the show's changed since Paul Levesque took over East and Nothing. It's the same campy, fucking cringe garbage that you've seen every week since the birth of 2.0 in September last year. How can Shawn Michaels say it's all on him when this man directly worked with Paul Levesque on the prime years of Black and Gold? How can this man say it's all on him when he knew exactly what the essence of NXT was and went in there and vastly changed it? You mean to me that Shawn Michaels learned one way and one way only, and then all of a sudden just flipped the switch and started booking fucking Monday nights on Tuesday? I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, I don't think he blame Shawn Michaels, but I'm not gonna fucking blame him for the shit that we see on Tuesday night. This is all Bruce Prichard. If Shawn Michaels is running the show, he is being told exactly who is on television, what the storylines are, and what the direction of the show is from Bruce Prichard. Bruce Prichard is an executive director of Monday Night, Friday Night before Paul Levesque took over. He's still running as an executive director on NXT. He answers to Bruce, the Shawn Michaels. So why anybody out there is claiming Shawn Michaels is running NXT, you're a fucking idiot. And you believe everything you read online, the Fightfuls, the No Ideas, to the Bleacher Report. Don't. Shawn Michaels is nothing on NXT. He never ran NXT. He's a fucking puppet with a headset. There's no fucking way it's on him. Shawn Michaels, in this case, is acting like the good little boy that he is. He's not gonna actively throw Vince McMahon and Bruce Prichard and Nick Khan and John Laurinaitis under the fucking bus. He knows who writes his paychecks. He's out here defensive about NXT. He's deflecting the fucking blame of the sheep from Bruce and Vince onto himself. That's exactly what's happening. Do not believe the garbage. You guys know better than me. Do not believe the garbage, please. Shawn Michaels never ran and will never run NXT. Never. Maybe now with Triple H in charge, but we haven't seen a fucking change yet. If Triple H is now in charge of creative, and Shawn Michaels is still running that shit the way that he sees, that's not Shawn Michaels, that's all Bruce Prichard. Triple H will get down there when he's ready, and then he'll get Bruce in, and then he'll give the reins to Shawn Michaels, and then we start to see a little more of the Black and Gold on Tuesday night. That show needs a complete fucking upside down control. That shit is garbage.
Oh wow, that was quick. That was really quick.
Show Tuesday night, one of my personal favorites. It's the main roster, rumored headed to the main roster. It's speculated that Escobar is main roster bound following the announcement that he'll be banned from NXT if he loses his match against Tony D'Angelo Tuesday night at D-Wave on August 6th. These rumors have now been fueled by Escobar's appearance at the WrestleMania 39 launch party. During his appearance, Escobar stated that he plans to turn WrestleMania 39 into Santos Mania. Escobar has teased his WWE main roster debut several times since Triple H took over creative. Escobar has been pushed under a Triple H regime before winning the interim Cruiserweight Championship tournament in 2020, then later becoming the undisputed NXT Cruiserweight Champion in April 2021, and it was all over Triple H's Black and Gold era of NXT. This is great. I mean, if he makes it to the main roster, great. If he brings Legado del Fantasma with him, even better. They will make a huge impact on the main roster. And Santos Escobar is money. He's money. This should have been a thing years ago. He would have never. The fucked up thing is, we would not be sitting here talking about Santos Escobar making the main roster. Whenever the next round of budget cuts were in NXT, if Vince McMahon was still there, he more than likely would have been on the list for one reason and one reason only, and because of his age. He's 37 going on 38 years old. Age is a big thing in WWE, not anymore. Santos Escobar is still in the best years of his fucking career. He is awesome. And there's not any fucking way you're looking at him and not making money off of Santos Escobar on the main roster. I can't wait. I don't know when it happens, if it happens after Clash, if it happens in the draft. Rumored that we're getting a draft at the Clash of the Castle. Santos Escobar and Legado may be a part of the draft. Santos, Carmelo Hayes, we could see those guys run up to the main roster. Mandy Rose, maybe all Toxic Attraction. We don't know. But Santos and Carmelo Hayes are absolutely being brought to the main roster. Braun Breaker, maybe a little bit. They could bring him up now, but I don't think he's going to be part of the draft coming up after Clash. Backstage details on CM Punk's AEW return. It's after that quake by the lake on Wednesday. Fightful Select has provided an update with backstage details behind the return, noting that the working plan is for a title unification match at All Out between CM Punk and Jon Moxley. The report notes that the internal hope that CM Punk would be back and ready to go for the All events. There was a restricted backstage area on Wednesday during Dynamite's Quake by the Lake, which now most assume was related to CM Punk's return. And this was kept away from staff and most of the roster, including some of the people who were involved in the post-main event brawl. Punk also personally played the news close to the vest. It was also noted that the company didn't want to bring him back too soon, nor wanted to put his recovery behind schedule at an inconvenience. You know, a lot of people, this is going back to the San Diego Comic-Con, AEW, they were obviously wanting Punk back. And this goes back to the San Diego Comic-Con. Punk was reportedly hopping around on one foot. He was icing his boot every 5 minutes or so in between segments. This is exactly what Punk wants you to think. Punk is not going to outwardly be out there in public. If he has to make public appearances, he's going to play it up. This is not anything new to Phil Brooks. This is the same fucking guy that says, yeah, I hate pro wrestling. I'm disenfranchised with pro wrestling. But meanwhile, you know, how many rumors have we heard over the last 7 years of him being of pro wrestling? You know, showing up at a random indie event and wrestling under a fucking mask to do somebody a favor. He didn't hate it that much. But CM Punk, this is right in his wheelhouse, man, to play on the heartstrings and mind fuck the audience. He wants you to think he's injured. He's not going to outwardly come out. He was never going to show up to that Comic-Con with a fucking crutch or a boot or hobbling on one. That's exactly what he's going to do. And then he showed up on Wednesday, stared down Moxley, interim champion and world champion face to face. Moxley gives him the finger. Punk is hopping around on one foot, on the bad foot, and he's showing everybody that he's good to go. Punk is ready to go, or if not right now, he's 98% there, and we'll be ready to go by All Out. But they needed him back so bad. And now that he's back, this obviously is going to lead to Omega showing up on Wednesday, and then maybe we get Adam Cole. And then if Punk is back on television, and Moxley is going to drop the title to Punk, and we're going to unify those titles, Punk is going to resume his title. This may make way for MJF to get back to television, and then, you know, in the span of 3-4 weeks, AEW is back firing on all cylinders. But this is the biggest match that AEW could possibly do right now. The biggest match right now. And it's going to be great. The promo back and forth between these two. All the history that Punk has with someone like Moxley. And all the rumor, even then when Punk was on television and the Shield made their way to WWE television. Always in discussion with the Shield. Is Punk leading the Shield? Remember all the reports about CM Punk going to bat for Chris Hero to take Roman Reigns' spot in the Shield. CM Punk went to bat for Chris Hero to be in the Shield. WWE opted not for Hero, but for Roman Reigns to be in the Shield. So CM Punk had a lot of history with Moxley, Reigns, Rollins. This is going to be tremendous. The back and forth between them is going to be grade A gold on television. And then obviously, with the decision being allowed, I know a lot
Okada
of
and Tom.
the guy to stand firmly behind CM Punk in this. Jon Moxley has been the MVP of AEW. This is one of the best runs of his entire career. What he's doing right now with the interim AEW championship. Tony Khan making the champion is legitimately carrying the fucking company on his back in the absence of CM Punk. Banger after banger after banger after banger, Jon Moxley's giving us. So for me to say that Punk is definitely going to win, it's pretty unpredictable. It could be Moxley beating Punk. We don't know. For all we know, Moxley beats Punk because Punk wanted Moxley to beat him. Big CM Punk is going to go out there and say, yeah, we'll give it a minute. My time now. CM Punk is a team player. He may be in discussion with Tony Khan. This guy's running the company, man. He did this and stepped up to the plate in my absence, man. I can't take that away from him right now. He's too hot. It's going to be very interesting. Moxley is absolutely the MVP of AEW this year. If I had to choose number 2, it's either Dak or Jarrett. But Punk being back is tremendous just by the star power alone. And it's going to be a tremendous match. Tremendous. This is going to lead to MJF getting back to television. And then, like I said, AEW is going to be firing on all cylinders, man. Those stories that Tony Khan had to put on the fucking back burner for so long because all the injuries mounting one after one after one, week after week after week. Finally going to give us. And you know AEW's been in this lull, this dead period, this unexciting period for whatever reason. So it's going to be back, and it's going to hit you hard. And I'm excited for it. Punk being back is tremendous. Tony Khan, he shut down a rumor about AEW doing 2-night pay-per-views.
Report. What is
Now, we talked about this on Wednesday, Jesse and I. And we both agree that 2-night pay-per-views for AEW pay-per-views is a mistake. Now, I don't know what that would mean. We may be able to get, double or nothing, 2 nights.
I'll see what I can
How
do,
is this going
come
to
on.
factor into pay-per-view price we got to buy? Both shows on a Saturday and Sunday. Quality over quantity. We don't need to do the WWE deal of quantity over quality. You're going to deflate the importance of the pay-per-views we do. Double or nothing 2 nights. Revolution 2 nights. All Out 2 nights. Full Gear 2 nights. Forbidden Door 2 nights. No.
Forbidden Door actually going 2 nights.
He mentioned during a recent panel discussion that he heard AEW would potentially be moving to multi-day events down the pipe. Now, he didn't say, it was going to be all AEW. So to give Dustin credit, he didn't say it was going to be all AEW. All he said was multiple day events down the pipe.
We can't get through.
Clear a path.
AEW pay-per-view events are typically 4 hours long, which has been criticized by many fans. AEW President Tony Khan made it clear that the promotion will not be moved to 2-day pay-per-views. Well, Dustin didn't say it was going to be AEW moving to multi-day events. It's not going to be AEW specific. I'm going to tell you what I think this means. But Tony Khan said this. I saw a report where Dustin was talking about doing 2-day pay-per-views, and I was like, well, who said that? Who said that? I looked at it, and it was Dustin Rhodes. I was like, why would Dustin say that? I like Dustin so much. But I was surprised that he said it, because it's not something we really internally seriously discussed. Tony Khan added for the long-term foreseeable future. I still see all the great one-day events we have been doing.
Commander, I read you.
Now, if AEW wants to go and experiment with a 2-day event for All Out, or a 2-day event for Forbidden, or a 2-day event for a Double or Nothing, give it a test run, give it a trial, one time, I'll be okay. But how are we going to factor that into pay-per-view cost? These shows itself plus $49.99. It's going to be $49.99 on a Saturday and $49.99 for Sunday. We're going to be paying $99.99 for a fucking pay-per-view. Or are we going to get a bundle price for a cool price of $64.99?
That's the best you got?
People are going to be willing to pay for 2 nights of AEW pay-per-view at $50 a month. It's a little ridiculous to ask your paying fan base, your core fan base, to do that. Now, I do think that they will, at some time in the future, experiment with a 2-day pay-per-view. It's not going to be double or nothing. We're not going to be all out
We're gonna make it
on
out
an
of there.
hour
The other half of my
at
squad
United
is heading to the
Center.
barricade.
It's going to be
We'll
a
provide
stage.
cover. Regroup, then meet up with the
They're
main
waiting
unit.
for the
Yes,
opportune
ma'am.
time to do its
the Avengers.
major
There's a team
stadium
trapped
show.
beyond the barricade. We can't
Whether
get
that
through.
happens at TIAA Stadium, Jacksonville, I don't know, or overseas. But they will experiment with the 2-day paper. Not right now. But I said this going back to Super Carnival. I said this going back to the Super Carnival. In that post show on my channel, you guys can go and cross-reference this if you wish. I said, the Ring of Honor shows are looking more like NXT TakeOver than anything. Same vibe, overall feel, very similar to what the Black Belt TakeOver events used to be. I said the best way to get Ring of Honor is to have it piggyback off of AEW pay-per-views, meaning Revolution, Sunday. Then you do a Ring of Honor pay-per-view that Saturday.
Go on ahead. We've got
Double or nothing, Sunday. Then you do a Ring of Honor pay-per-view that Saturday. All out, same thing. Full gear, same thing.
We shall prevail.
Some people were like, oh, JD, that's not going to work. JD, that's not going to work. How are you going to do $49.99 for an AEW pay-per-view and then a $20 for a Ring of Honor? Don't buy it. Don't buy it. I'm not talking about you being costly. I'm talking about it being a destination weekend for AEW. Talking about there in the city that's hosting the event. You don't want to pick Ring of Honor. Don't buy Ring of Honor. Your loss. There will be people that buy both shows. There will be people that buy both shows. There will be people that buy one show over the other. But I'm talking it being a destination show. Or destination league.
Commander. Thank you.
That's what WWE is about. And who's to say that AEW at this time, when they want to go and experiment with this on a streaming service that you're paying $99,
You think he could have
you get Ring of Honor on Saturday and
Even if he thought it was
AEW
unlikely,
Dynamite or
he
AEW
never wanted to
Deep
get
Rally
caught
on Sunday.
unprepared. He was always
They may be
fast
waiting to
ahead of
announce a
everyone
streaming deal, and this is going to be the model. It will be the same exact thing that Triple H did with TakeOver. TakeOver piggybacks off of every major WWE Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, Money in the Bank, and Survivor Series. That's exactly what Tony Khan needs to do. He may be waiting for a streaming deal for AEW to do that. And if that's the case, it's a no fucking break. But even not, you want to do a destination weekend with the Ring of Honor AEW pay-per-view being the center showcase of that. That's going to sell a lot of tickets. You could potentially move Ring of Honor to a bigger day. Everybody's going to Dynamite for, Dynamite Rampage and the pay-per-view. So why not go check out and why not go spend your Saturday evening at a Ring of Honor? I like it. I think it's the best way to bring a sense of spotlight onto the Ring of Honor brand before they even start discussing a TV deal and bringing weekly TV back to television. Malachi Black. He's revealed on his TikTok account this week that he recently recovered from a back injury that he believed would be a career-ending injury. He said this on his personal TikTok account.
Close.
Until about 3 months ago,
That is
I was dealing with a back injury. I was convinced I was going to be forced into retirement, but after a literal year of treatment that went from working to complete failure on several occasions, we all of a sudden hit the correct vertebrae during a dry needling session and everything released. From there, we were able to rehab and strengthen. You can check out video 2 for this horrendous view of my personal reaction to it. However, allowing me now, a few months later, to slowly move back into deadlifting and a few more compound moves. End quote. So he's back doing his usual training, and he's back in the ring. Malachi was actually just announced for a seminar at the NYC Arena this Saturday before our Terminal 5 show. So you guys can find all of that out on the HOG Instagram page. If you guys want to go and get some pointers from Malachi, he'll be at the NYC Arena representing House of Glory that weekend, that Saturday, doing a full training seminar. Black hasn't wrestled for AEW just under a month. It's not clear when he'll make his return to the ring, but he's been on TV. We've seen him kind of mingle with Sting, and we've seen him kind of get in there with Brody and Darby. However, it's great to know that it's not a career-ending injury, and he will be back, and he'll be fine. So I think the House of Black, to me, honestly are your trios champions coming out of this thing. I do think that they win it. I do think that they're the right team to win the trios tournament. And as far as Malachi, you know, a lot of people are like, well, why isn't Tony Khan booking Malachi? Why isn't Malachi on TV? You know, for me, people give it to me shit. Most of the people don't really understand what the fuck is going on. They think that they know what's going on internally, and then they don't. And then something like this comes up, and this is all the reason why Malachi has been scarce on television. I think one of the main gripes that I had was the way that they were being booked, and the lack of television time that they had because of the creative that they had for them, which was nothing. But now we know that he himself was hurt. He was dealing with a serious back injury that could have forced him into retirement. When you think you know, you don't. And it's a good thing we did. Malachi's back on TV, and that's a great thing for AEW. Ari Daivari has a backstage role within AEW, but it's now with AEW. Fightful Select is reporting that not only is Daivari working for the company in an in-ring capacity, we see the Trustbusters on television. We got Parker Boudreaux, we got Slim J, whatever the fuck his name is, Slim J. We got Sonny Kiss, was a big topic of discussion this week. In-ring capacity with the Trustbusters, but he's also helping produce matches as well. He was most recently involved in producing the tag team match on August 3rd of Dynamite, with Britt Baker teaming up with Jamie Hayter to defeat Thunder Rosa and Toni Storm.
Everyone inside.
He was the producer for that match. Daivari had reportedly helped lay down the foundation of the match, as the wrestlers put the rest of it together themselves. Daivari has experienced all of this, obviously being a producer with WWE. He worked with WWE's producer on a trial basis, beginning people into the company. We hired him alongside Curtis Axel, a.k.a. Joe Hennig.
On our way to you.
However, Daivari was released from the company 3 months later along with after things didn't work out between the two men and the company. Ari Daivari has been wrestling for a number of years, made quite a name for himself, and he's most well known for his time in WWE, making his in-ring debut during the 2016 Cruiserweight Classic, where he lost to It's a throwback there in the first round of the Cruiserweight Classic. He was a State 205 Live,
safe open.
and he's now with AEW. I did not know this. Thank him personally. I did not know this at all. And when I found that out, I'm like, that's great. That was one of the best women's matches in all of AEW. That was a tremendous tag team match. Very different from what we usually see. And he was a part of that. The foundation of the match with all four of the ladies putting the rest of it together themselves. We need to see more of that. And if his influence is like that backstage, and his knowledge is like that backstage, we need to see more of that in the women's division. The women's division is so hot and cold. So I'm glad to see that he did that, and that was his role. He was a part of that. It was tremendous. And like I said, I hope we see more of that on AEW television, because God only knows that the women's division needs. Rampage was another story, man. I'm at a point with Rampage that if AEW doesn't give a shit about Rampage, then I'm not going to give a shit about Rampage. I'm not. Rampage, they took the entire show. Now, I have no problem with Ari Daivari, Parker Boudreaux. I'm a big fan of both of those guys. The thing is, Tony Khan goes from 0 to 150 in like 5 seconds. He doesn't let things breathe. When he's excited about something, he fucking throws it in your face like a Randy Johnson 103-mile-an-hour fastball. It's ridiculous. And that's what he did on Rampage with the Trustbusters. Rampage was fucking embarrassing on Friday. Now, there was some good stuff on Rampage. Brian Danielson and Daniel Garcia. Right?
Where the fuck
that was great.
is this at?
But the rest of the show, the Trustbusters.
Ah, there it is.
Parker Boudreaux beats Sonny Kiss. Ari Daivari wrestled fucking Orange Cassidy. Sonny Kiss joins the Trustbusters at the end of the show. Why are we taking AEW Dark and putting it on Rampage? When Rampage realistically be SmackDown to AEW Dynamite, it should be a TV show. You know, I seen a clip floating around on Twitter about the first ever Rampage that had Christian Cage beat Kenny Omega for the Impact World Championship. I don't think we've had a quote-unquote Rampage since then. Obviously, we got the first dance. That was the biggest Rampage of all. But outside of those two, Rampage has been nothing more than a fucking dark tape. It's not live. It has a rushed feel to it. They tout that it's the fastest forward in all of pro wrestling. I don't think that's something that should be touted. That doesn't really give it the credibility that it needs. Sweet Kiss and the Trustbusters being the focal point of the show is not what the fans want to see out of Rampage. The fact that Sonny Kiss was on television should not have been the case on Friday. And I stand firm in what I said on my SmackDown post. Sonny Kiss was only on TV because Sonny Kiss complained about not being on TV, and Tony Khan came up with a plan to get him on television. And now he's here. Who cares? Save that shit for Dark. Nobody like that should be on television. I'm not taking it here. Specifically, people that are that way, that aren't good at what they do, should not be on television. You are as green as grass. Even Parker Boudreaux should be on fucking television. He's 2-0. And he's still in the midst of learning. Yet they're in the fucking trios tournament. I could have picked 2 or 3 other fucking teams to be in the trios tournament. But they're in the tournament. What? Instead of pushing something that you're so hard on television and making your show on Friday seem like fucking amateur hour, why don't you take time with developing the stars and let the fans see what they like and what they don't? You forcing the Trustbusters on us and you forcing Sonny Kiss on television isn't really going to do the best thing that you need for Rampage. It's not. There were a lot of people that were really thrown off by Friday's Rampage, me included. And I've been an AEW fan all this time since day.
All I do is win.
But I'm not afraid to call them out when their shit stinks or when they're good. Friday's show sucked. Sure. And that's not the way Rampage needs to be. Yes, it's only an hour. It appears on TV on Friday on TNT in a 10 p.m. time slot. But that doesn't mean you need to fucking make it amateur. It's supposed to be a ratings fucking giant on TNT. It's not what TNT or Warner Media gave AWF out to do. They're not looking to fucking break the ratings scale. That's what people don't understand. But if you're gonna make it feel like that, no wonder the ratings are sinking week after week after week after week. Rampage will never be what we need it to be unless it goes live on a normal night time slot. So please continue pandering to the fucking narrative that you need to push on television and cater to the fucking different audiences out there. Be all whatever the fuck it is, baby. No one is going to watch it if that is the fucking garbage that you're producing on Friday. Statlander, injured. Knee injury, will need surgery. Now, Statlander suffered another torn ACL and lateral meniscus tear. Statlander was doing the workout to maintain as much strength as possible throughout this injury. She didn't exactly state when the surgery would be, but she did post something on Instagram. This comes after she was sidelined with a torn ACL, left ACL in June 2020, and was out for several months. It's never good to suffer this type of injury because the time frame for return is about 9 months. And there were plans for her to get a major push on AEW television. I feel like she was going to be the one to beat Jay Carter for the TBS title. And now we know. Now we know why she just suddenly disappeared off television. So it sucks. She was a major player and was about to become a major player. She just transformed her character. She shed the alien gimmick. She was being more like herself. And then she gets another injury. Suffered a left ACL, now it's the right ACL. So now both ACLs are going to be reconstructed and repaired. I can only hope that this is the light at the end of the tunnel for Chris Hadley.
Heads up. Hacker inbound.
I can't even imagine being that young and suffering two absolutely terrible injuries. The worst injury that you could possibly suffer outside of fucking breaking your neck or a concussion. That leaves you out for fucking years, like Brian. SmackDown. Vince McMahon wanted to bury Gunther on television after his WWE Raw appearance on the 4th of July. Now, what did he do on 4th of July? Buried R-Truth. R-Truth came out dressed as Uncle Sam, and Gunther blasted him and beat him down at about 97. WrestleVotes reported yesterday that after Gunther appeared on the 740 episode of Monday Night Raw, those in power, Vince McMahon and Bruce Prichard at the time, soured on Gunther for some reason, and there were plans to bury him on TV. Now, on the 7-4 episode, like I said, R-Truth made his way out of the ring for an Independence Day skit, dressed as Uncle Sam. Gunther interrupted and then beat R-Truth in a match in about 90 seconds. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Gunther's performance, but the powers that be in WWE at the time apparently saw things differently. Maybe they were watching AEW. That's what it sounds like to me. Or maybe they mistaken Gunther for Ludwig Kaiser. WrestleVotes tweeted, and I quote, following his appearance on Raw on 7-4, those in power at the time, Gunther for whatever ridiculous reason, to the point where a burial on TV was coming. Just a month later, and white, the difference. ... And what? Gunther is now being presented as a top-tier guy because he's a Hall of Fame guy. Keep that in the back of your mind. Last night on SmackDown, they pushed the Intercontinental on Friday round on SmackDown. The Intercontinental was the title that should be respected at Gunther's IC title match against Shinsuke Nakamura was saved for the main event of the show. Imagine being Gunther, who worked NXT UK under Triple H for 4 years, 3 years. Held that title for 800 days.
Oh, shit.
That data is still encrypted, but
Is Mighty Thor better than Thor? Oh, shit. Yeah.
Find him.
Did not see that in the chat there. I apologize. They're actually kind of the same. If you're still here, I'm a bum cave. They're kind of the same damn character. Not really anything different. Okay, so we're just working on numbers right now. Oh, we're done. Just trying to get numbers. Okay, so I'm using that and Thunderstorm. Okay.
To the US. Wrestlers on NXT. Wrestlers for Black and Gold. Wrestlers for 2.0. Knowing that him and what he represents doesn't fit the mold of that show. He was there, he did what he was asked, right? He moved to the States. He got engaged to cheat. He transformed his body. You go look at Gunther from 2-3 years ago, and you look at Gunther now, and you see a completely different man. See, people don't like the way he looks before, but he is in the best shape of his life.
Yes, he is.
In his life. He did that because he knew he was moving to the States. He wanted to be with his wife, and he wanted to be part of WWE. He got in shape. He got in shape that the powers that were in charge then took appearance as a big thing. He realized that if he showed up big, not really any muscle definition, and he was out of shape, or what they would think is out of shape. I thought he looked fine. I thought he looked great. But they would look at him thinking he's out of shape. He knew that if he showed up looking like that, he was never going to go anywhere. This man put in the work, dedicated himself to making himself look the best he's ever been. Moved to the States, didn't complain, didn't say anything, put over Brock Breaker, put over everybody they asked him to put over. Wasn't really anything special on 2.0. He got pulled roster. They broke up Imperium. They broke Fabian Eichner away from him. They changed his name. They changed competition. Right? Not one single fucking complaint from this man. Only to go to the main roster. He gets treated like a big deal for about a month and a half. I was going to end up being right here. I knew. Go to the main roster, being booked like a fucking stud, wins the Intercontinental Champion. Ricochet not once but twice, and he's the Intercontinental Champion. They stalled in this feud with Nakamura. They didn't know where they wanted to go, when it was supposed to happen. Triple H, first night in there. Yeah, we're doing this match tonight. We're going to build the IC title. We're going to give a bigger package. It's going to be a 2-hour-long thing. You guys are going to get the event, and you're going to put the Intercontinental title in the fucking position it needs to be in the main event at the end of the show. Imagine Gunther doing all of that and not complaining a fucking thing. Complaining about a single thing. Only for Vince McMahon to look at him, sour on him for no reason, and decide that he's going to bury Gunther. JD, what's the reason? What's the reason? Why would Vince McMahon and Bruce Prichard bury Gunther? Folks, the answer is the same fucking answer I gave you last year, the year before that, the year before that, with every fucking release. With every release at the death of NXT Black and Gold, it is the same fucking reason. If they bury Gunther from the word go, it would be blatant, and they would get a shitstorm of bullshit coming down upon them. They figured that they'd toy around with it for a little bit. They'll book him like a fucking stud. They'll book him like a monster. It'll be 2, 3, 4 months before they do anything to counteract that. Yeah, we'll give him the IC title. Look, it's in front of the audience that he's being booked like a big guy. And then gradually, slowly, for sure. They're not going to outwardly bring him to television and fucking bury him. You can't do that to somebody like that. They would be fucking ripped right in your face. They wouldn't even fucking be able to hide that shit and what their intention is. They think they're slick though. They think they can prolong it. Give him a good smile here, even though it's meant nothing. What's the Intercontinental title in the Vince McMahon era? Garbage. Garbage. So there's a fucking paper on my fucking desk, and I don't have any papers on my desk. I put it in the fucking room and let it collect dust. That's exactly what they did. You see, Barry Gunther from the word go, their intentions would be right in your face. They felt like if they prolonged it, it would be kind of concealed and hidden a little bit. They would make up, give them enough time to make up some fucking bullshit narrative as to why they need to bury him. Oh, he's out of shape. Oh, we don't like the way he wrestles. He can't speak English. Oh, promo. Oh, he's not getting over with the fucking crowd. Why did they decide to want to bury him? Simple folks. Gunther and Ludwig. Kaiser and Gunther. Or Walter and Marcel Bartel. They are Hall of Fame guys. I don't know what else you need from me. What else you need from me? They're Hall of Fame guys. Why were they going to be buried? Because they're black and gold. Why were they going to be buried? Because love. This is like a fucking speed to them. Oh, I love it. Speak English. Like Triple X business. Champion for today's. We're gonna bury him. We killed him. What they did? That's what they did. They left it. Thank fucking God. Vince is gone. Fucking shocking. Imagine working your so to move to this country, marry a woman here, and fucking go and get buried into doing everything that they ask of. And there are still people out there that want Vince McMahon back. There are people out there that miss Vince McMahon. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Gunther's gonna be undefeated for a very long time. That Intercontinental Championship is going to be a fucking staple on this show, and the prestige is going to be brought back slowly but surely to the Intercontinental title. If you don't think Vince McMahon was a fucking cancer to this industry, to this business, to this company, get the fuck out. He'll be fucking rots. What a fucking disgrace. An absolute fucking disgrace. And Bruce Pritchard, the fucking last thing I'll say about this is where I know he was a part of that shit. He was a part of that shit. He's there now on SmackDown. He's looking at everything happening. And he's like, oh man, I don't know, this is not what we wanted to do. Right? It was obviously for everything Vince McMahon wanted. This is absolutely Vince and Bruce is doing. There's nobody else to work but those two. So the fact that he's there now and he's seeing all of it, Ice Title and Gunther, and guys like Gunther and Ricochet and the NXT Shayna Baszler getting a spotlight on SmackDown. Bruce is probably fucking sweating underneath his fucking 3 or 4 rings. He's probably sweating his. Now you get to see how it is really supposed to be done by professionals, Bruce. Go back to your fucking shit podcast. Stories. Idiots. Fucking scum. Get out! Moving on. Karrion Kross. WWE is going to push Karrion Kross as the number 2 heel behind Roman Reigns. Good. Good. Another thing I'm glad to see Bruce Pritchard sit in and look. Oh, Karrion Kross is fine. Good. Good. And Triple H bringing Kross back and showing you how things are supposed to be. According to Fightful, Triple H was dismayed. Dismayed! By the way, Kross and Scarlett were handled on the payroll by Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard. Last year, as he was a big
What the fuck?
It's your lucky day.
Shit. This guy probably fucking loves me.
I needed that.
Like Beth and Stephanie, while Steph reading her book with her fucking reading glasses on with her in her pajamas. Honey, why does your father, why does he hate me? What did I do to him?
Battle 1.
Why is he killing everything I create? Probably asked this woman on a regular basis. What the fire, Kross? Why would he fire Scarlet? Why did he fire Andrade? Why did he fire Miro? Why did he fire everybody? Dismayed. I was dismayed. Triple H was fucking dismayed. Which obviously led to their return on SmackDown. Cross apparently is being positioned as a team guy right from the word go. According to a separate report from PW Insider, the duo has been in constant conversation with WWE about coming back to the company since their release. Triple H is envisioning Cross as number 2 heel on SmackDown next to Reigns. As far as where Cross fits into the McIntyre Reigns storyline, this being suggested that Cross into the match at Clash of the Castle. But that right now, to me, is not the plan from what we see on television. Now, number 2 heel is fine. Roman Reigns isn't even going to be there on a full-time basis. He may end up being the number 1 Friday Night SmackDown because Roman Reigns is a part-time guy. Cross being the number 2 heel is great. Cross being on television in the way that we saw on Friday is great. Very, very rarely. You know, you don't need to have him on every show. That's why you got Scarlett there. Scarlett is more than enough, more than capable of, you know, obviously continuing storylines without overexposing Cross, which we saw on Friday. Got a great promo, and Scarlett was in the ring with the Usos and Drew McIntyre. I don't necessarily think putting him into a match with Reigns and McIntyre Clash of the Castle makes much sense. And I don't think that Triple H is going to go ahead. Now, the one idea that I proposed was maybe Cross and McIntyre in the open Clash of the Castle, and then McIntyre beats Cross and goes on to wrestle Reigns, but then you would have to give Cross a big loss in his first match back, and I don't think you necessarily want to do that. So I think we go with Roman Reigns and McIntyre. Cross plays into all this, and I guess challenges the winner at the end of the show or somewhere down the line, and they build a bigger story coming at that match at Clash of the Castle, which I do think will be Drew McIntyre. I think Drew McIntyre is going to beat Roman Reigns at Clash of the Castle. But putting him inside that match and putting him at that show in a triple threat match is not the right way to go. That's not the Triple H way. Throwing somebody in there because he's your guy and putting him in the championship match when he really hasn't done anything to deserve it, and he's just back for his first appearance after a full year. Not really the Triple H way. He may end up being the number 1 because, like I said, Roman Reigns is not going to be on television every single week. So, McIntyre and Roman, we know that's the main event. Now, Meltzer also added what he thinks is going to happen with Karrion Kross at Clash of the Castle. He says, and I, well, by the way, for part of it's still Roman and Drew right now, and I was, of course, this could always change, but I was told that's not going to really change. They feel that has to be the match. They don't want to be whatever. So as far as when Kross gets his shot at Roman, because obviously they're building to that, I have no idea when that will be. So, with all the rumor going around that Kross is going to be included in Clash, he may not even have a match for sure. So we will see what happens, but right now, this week's away. And again, I don't think drastically changed. So it's going to be Kross, it's going to be McIntyre, it's going to be for the undisputed title, and I think Drew McIntyre is going to win the title. I don't think he's going in there in that country, in front of those people, the amount of people that will be there with the potential theme music change, going back from, you know, what he's got now to Broken Dreams that he's teasing. I don't see them doing all this and then losing in that show. I can't see it. I do think he ends up winning the title. The other thing is Austin Theory. He's been out of sight, out of mind. We can see Austin Theory cash in on Drew McIntyre and win the championships and send everyone home. That's big. Keep an eye on him. That was one of my earlier predictions as well. McIntyre beats Roman, and Austin Theory cashes in on McIntyre and ruins the whole fucking show. So we'll see what happens with that. Meltzer says it right now is going to be Kross, not at the show, in that match. And it's going to be Roman and McIntyre, and that's it. It has to be that. Now, with Karrion Kross coming back to the company, you know, obviously his independent dates are going to be very scarce now, and he's going to maybe finish up some of the things that he had already been obligated to do, and he's been confirmed for. I hope one of those things is House of Glory. I do think that, you know, it would be a better show with him on it. Basically, WWE's going to pick and choose what shows he does, finish his dates for. I hope House of Glory is one of those. We did a lot of building up for this match. Cross being inside House of Glory ring has been talked about for a few years now. And I hope that he's there. So we'll see what happens. He's supposed to wrestle low-key on the 28th. I don't know what is going on with that. I haven't heard anything from anybody, which I guess if I don't hear anything, it's good news, right? Hope. But one of the things that he was going to be a part of, that is if you're Freddie Prinze Jr. Freddie Prinze Jr. was a ex-creative writer for WWE. I found this to be interesting, and I wanted to put this into the show. Freddie Prinze Jr. was talking about this on his podcast, Wrestling with Fred. He said that he was going to make Killer Cross his world champion. Now, he's starting up a wrestling promotion. Yo, Freddie, you need a commentator. Freddie, he's starting up a wrestling promotion. It's going to be a little bit. He said around 18 to 24 months before he gets everything settled the way he needs to. When the promotion gets started, he wanted to make Killer Cross his inaugural champion, which I think that's a great choice, right? So Freddie Prinze Jr. said this, and I quote, so I announced on the first season of this with Ariel Helwani that I was starting a wrestling federation, which I still am, and I'm working very hard at. My champion, and I had spoken with him a lot, was going to be Killer Cross. He was my guy. I was building the whole thing around him. We had kind of worked on the story. We talked about philosophy. We talked about his character, his wife's character, with the caveat of you can't hold your career up to make my thing go. So I said, if you get other offers, you need to make a living. You go make a living, man. I got a text on Thursday, the day before SmackDown. I get a text that says, hey, man, some advice. Let's chat. So I already know. And I almost wrote him the day before. Hey, with Vince gone, you're going to get a call from Hunter. I literally wrote the text and said, he's going to offer you the moon, and if you say no, you are out of your mind. So don't trip. I deleted the whole text. And instead, I just sent him a picture from this storyboard guy that's doing part of the show for me so that I can, pitch it properly. I just sent him a picture of some of the storyboard stuff instead because I didn't want to freak him out. So the very next day, I get this text from him saying, can we talk? I need some advice. We start chatting, and he says, I talked to Hunter. They made me an offer, and it's real. I think I believe him when he's telling me what's going to happen, and you and I need to talk. I said, yeah, brother. I told him. I wrote you a text yesterday, and then I deleted it because I knew this was going to happen once Vince left the company. So we talked about it. I said, look, you'd be crazy to chase my dream in place of yours. Your dream was never to be, and he doesn't say the name of this promotion, but your dream was never to be the Freddie champion. It was to be the WWE champion. I can't hold you up from that. Freddie Prinze Jr. is a class fucking act.
Yes, he is.
That's the type of guy that you want running a wrestling promotion, man. If this was anybody else, 9 out of 10 times a promoter would be like, no, fuck that, man. You owe me. I'm paying you. We got these plans and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Freddie Prinze realizes that there will be other people out there when he gets his federation started and that, he understands Cross was wrongfully terminated and embarrassed under a Vince McMahon, Bruce Prichard administration. Got fucking discarded like he was nothing, only to get pulled back by people who truly value him and want to give him what he rightfully deserves and want to take a chance on him. Freddie's like, no, man, you go do that. You go fucking kill it. Nobody's going to be worried about me. I have nothing going on right now. We're not anywhere ready to take off. You go and make your shit happen. And you go in the WWE title. That's the type of guy you want to work for. That's the type of fucking guy you want to work for. So shout out to Freddie Prinze Jr., man. That's awesome. That is awesome. I wanted to put that in the show to really kind of give you an idea how great the wrestling industry can be and how terrible the wrestling industry can be. We talked about Vince McMahon holding derogatory things he said about Bray Wyatt and Bruce and Vince wanting to fire somebody like Gunther. Then you got Freddie Prinze Jr. who actually respects the fucking talent and the industry. You gotta love it. And he's funding all this himself. which is another thing. Goes to show you how much you love the industry. Sasha Banks and Naomi, they agreed to return to WWE. It is imminent. When? I don't know. But they will be back in the next week. Say 4 to 6 weeks. You'll see Sasha Banks and Naomi back on WWE TV. Meltzer said the following. Last week, which is the last I checked, the contract situation hadn't been signed, but they were all expecting that it was happening. They all were on the same page. I was basically told it's as good as done, but they haven't signed, so it could fall through. They may have already signed by now, but as a week ago, I was told that they were back. It could be any week. Any week. It's whatever day they want. They are probably pacing things. You don't want to show all your cards in 1 week after Triple H taking over. You know how you want to have something big to talk about this week. For the next couple of weeks, an agreement in principle was reached over a week ago. Now, obviously, the Tag Team Championship tournament ongoing on television would probably be right to bring them out at the end of the tournament to confront probably who wins, Io Sky and Dakota Kai. And I honestly do think that we get some sort of tag team match between those two teams. And it'd be great to see Sasha and Bayley interact as well. So we will see what happens there. But I truly believe Sasha and Naomi will be back in the WWE. There's no way that Triple H took over and did not immediately call those two. They will be back when? I don't know. More than likely at the end of the women's tournament. Dollar. I have major news here, folks. Top Dollar unblocked me. Unblocked me on Friday night.
Oh, wow.
You never know who's listening. You never know who's listening, man. Top Dollar. He's back on WWE television. B-Fab and Ashante, the Adonis. But when Top Dollar got fired, he had major backstage heat before he was released in WWE in November. According to a new report, a recently returned WWE superstar and Top Dollar was a heat magnet backstage, but crucially, not with WWE boss Triple H. 10 months on from their first main roster appearance and 9 months on from their WWE departure, Hit Row is back on SmackDown. The team of Top Dollar and Ashante Adonis made their surprise return on Friday with B-Fab in their corner. They made short work of 2 local enhancement jobs. On August 11th, it was reported that Top Dollar was scheduled to be at SmackDown as Triple H continues to reshape the WWE's main roster. Top Dollar originally signed with WWE back in January 2020 before joining forces with then Isaiah Swerve Scott in NXT 5 months later. After the duo came together the following week, they were joined by Ashante Adonis and B-Fab, creating Hit Row. The foursome was called up to the main roster as part of the WWE draft in October, but all 4 members were released a month later. Speaking on Wrestling Observer Live, Brian Alvarez discussed the impending return of the group and how Top Dollar was seemingly a magnet backstage before the group was let go for the very first time. I was hurt. What I heard was, I did not hear this from one person. This was a lot of people. It was not really a secret, and I think it was talked about when they were released. This Top Dollar was a heat magnet. He was a heat magnet. And the way he was described to me was, he knows the right people to not be a heat magnet with Triple H. And Triple H was one of the guys that did not see all of the heat that was being speculated. When people talked to Triple H about Top Dollar, Triple H said, well, he's cool with me. So Triple H pushed him and did all the stuff they did. And there were a lot of people who really didn't like Top Dollar, so he ended up being released, and now he's coming back.
Approaching security checkpoint now.
Take him out.
You know, this is one of the things that we really focused on when we talked about Top Dollar and Hit Row as a force. You know, I can sit here and say whatever I can about Top Dollar, but I said this on Friday. I'm not even going back. I'm not. Whatever was said, you know, I love to be very open and my words sting. If the statements that I made hurt you, good. Good. I never want to bullshit my order. I said why they were released, and it's the same reason why we talked about Bray Wyatt. We talked about everybody that was released under the Triple H Black and Gold Network. Anybody that was even closely affiliated with Paul Levesque was good. That was their main mission. Their main mission was to erase, embarrass, and wipe everything clean without any smell of Triple H. Now the tide's turned, and this is the greatest comeback story in the history. He's back after being fucking erased, and now he's leading Vince McMahon show on Monday and on Friday, bringing back all the talent that Vince McMahon had fired because they were fired for the reason of they were affiliated with him. I said it from day one. Hit Row should have not been brought to the main roster. There were others on that show that were probably ready more so than Hit Row. I mentioned Legado del Fantasma. It could have been fucking Legado, it could have been Hit Row, it could have been anybody. If it was somebody else instead of Hit Row, they would have been fired. And we would have been talking about them and not Hit Row. But the fact that it was Hit Row, I said it then and I'm going to reiterate it now. Hit Row would never translate in a Vince McMahon, Bruce Pritchard era. Main roster. It was never going to happen. They don't get it. It's uncool to them. They don't understand that demographic. Hit Row was this. Hit Row was given an opportunity. How many reports did you read about Hit Row being sent out there by Triple H? Yeah, just go get it. Go get yourselves off. Right. Trust you enough to go out there and get yourselves off. That's what he did. That's what he did with all four of them. He gave them the freedom to go out there with the of WWE created to get yourselves over. And by that alone, Triple H did the biggest thing possible. He let them fly free. That was never going to happen in a Vince McMahon, Bruce Pritchard era. Never. Top Dollar, Swerve, B-Fab, and Adonis were all going to be written by a 60-year-old Bruce Pritchard and 77-year-old Vince McMahon. That was my problem.
Our agents
And
will
when
take it from
that
here.
was known to the
Go on ahead.
audience,
See if you can locate our
and my audience, and all audience's
Point
audience,
A locked down,
it's
Commander.
going to say,
All units.
collectively, I give these guys 4 or 5 weeks, and they're done.
Heavy
Vince will
security
get
up
bored.
ahead.
Vince will
Then
see
that's
them.
what you did first.
He will get bored. He will not understand them. He will make an excuse to get rid of them or take them off TV. They're not getting over. I don't understand them. They're not wrestling the way that I want. They can't cut a promo. Blah, blah, whatever the case may be. Everybody else that got pulled up in black and gold, he would get rid of them. Fired. I said they were going to get fired. I got called racist. I got called scum. I got called this. I got called this. You need Swerve block me, Top Dollar block me. I was misunderstood. I didn't really understand. I understood why, but I just did not understand. But I was only telling you exactly what I saw from a fan, a smart fan, who's watched this product week after week after week since he was 4 years old. I know Vince and Bruce better than most people. I have no fucking connections within that company. You would think I did, but I don't. They were gone in 4 weeks. It's a dollar. Big Fat did modeling, Chante Dons went out to Hollywood, did some modeling, and they all work on their in-ring ability. I hope so. And I'm glad that they're back. I'm glad that they're back. And I appreciate Top Dollar possibly, understanding me a little bit better than I was before. I didn't mean any ill will before. The whole backstage environment with him having heat, I didn't with that. The fact that you're now working with Triple H, the only thing I can tell you from the outside looking in is to make that man look good. Do not do anything to get on that man's bad side. Do not do anything to make that man regret bringing you back. Respect the business. Bring your environment. Bring your hobbies. Bring your tastes to WWE to make you and Hit Row unique. Don't walk in the back thinking that you're Randy Orton. Don't walk in the back thinking that you're Top Dollar and you're fucking top shit.
AIM is retreating to the
Work
main structure.
to get
Everyone heard
the
that
respect
one. You gotta run
that
it
you
scared.
want from that locker room or from the fans that watch this product. Go out there and kill it.
For them.
Seriously.
For us.
I had high hopes for this
We'll
group
follow your lead.
in NXT, only to see everything wiped away. I'm sorry I was wrong.
Avengers. We figured
But now I look at Triple H running the show, and now they're in good hands.
mercenaries.
What are they doing
Oh
here?
man, I can't help
Protecting
with
the
that
base, it
backstage heat
seems.
shit.
Get rid of them.
And the source of backstage heat, they stem from him cutting promos on Jinder Mahal and him not getting clearance from WWE management to sell storylines that weren't really a priority on television. He took it upon himself. He thought that whatever Triple H said, yeah, go out and get yourselves over. It was going to be the same way on the main roster. No. No. You are over unless I say you're over. Or you aren't over unless I say you're over. You're only going to be over when I say so. But they got a good spot. They really do. That being back on television gives 3 extra bodies to SmackDown. That being back on television gives them another opportunity to get another tag team in that tag team division. And they will generate interest. They will. I don't know who's going to lead the group, but apparently Top Dollar reacting online to fans suggesting a leader for Hit Row. Top Dollar advised fans to quit suggesting wrestlers for Hit Row. Swerve Strickland, he was Isaiah Swerve Scott in NXT and in WWE. Obviously, he cannot be the leader of Hit Row because he's signed to AEW. Please, stop with the narrative. Stop with the narrative of Swerve wishes he was back in WWE. Can we both fucking please well themselves? Walk Swerve to go back to WWE to find success when he's right now the current AEW Tag Team Champion. Is it out of the realm of possibility that he can go on and succeed with Hit Row? I don't get this narrative, man. Shut the fuck up. Really?
Nice work, everyone. Secure the perimeter.
Dollar made it clear and says this: stop adding all your favorite black wrestlers to the group. We're not accepting applications at this time. Hit Row joins the likes of Dakota Kai, Ross, Scarlett, Dex Loomis back on WWE television as Triple H hires that Vince McMahon fired and only get.
Yes, sir.
I said this on Friday. Carmelo Hayes.
Thanks again.
Carmelo Hayes is somebody that I throw out there as possible leader for the group.
Taskmaster is involved in all
It works. You want to bring Trick Williams back to, or you want to bring Trick Williams up rather to the main roster and pair him with Carmelo Hayes and Hit Row. I think it would work, but I don't know. That could be the case, and they may be downplaying. I know Carmelo is ready for the main roster. He will be a part of the draft, no doubt about it. Set this, mark it down, circle it on your fucking calendar. Carmelo Hayes is probably going to North American Championship, and he will be on the main roster. Whether or not he joins Hit Row, I don't know. Maybe we don't need anybody to join Hit Row. Maybe Hit Row wants to be Hit Row and get over on themselves. Get over on their own. Maybe they want to do it, prove everybody wrong, and get back in the tag team ranks and really start generating some interest for them and the group. We'll see. But Carmelo Hayes is somebody that would easily fit into the group if Triple H wanted that to happen. Because I don't see Trick Williams joining the main roster with Carmelo and being a act on the main roster. He's not really ready for that. So if you want to pair them and put them in Hit Row and have them all put together, I think that's a possible way to go about it. But who knows? Who knows what the plan is? Maybe there is no leader. Maybe there is no leader. WWE. This is the last story here, guys, before we get the hell out of here and go to the Super Chats. WWE family.
All right. We're going to go ahead and call it, guys. Thanks for tuning in.